If you're not here, you know where to go now. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by town manager, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Accept our thanks for this day with all its blessings and opportunities. Thank you for every seat that has been filled here today, for each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room, as well as those lives of those we will encounter afterward. We meet today asking for guidance, wisdom, and support to engage in meaningful discussion for our leaders as they render service to our fellow citizens and community, ready us to make every moment count. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You good? Got it, John?
Got it. Thank you.
Good. Next, we have approval of the final agenda. Is there a motion to approve the final agenda?
I'd like to pull C, D, and G from the consent agenda.
You said C, D, and E?
G.
G. I don't have a G.
It's
What G are you
probably the
It's
resolution.
about the Tetra Tech, I think,
Oh, so you want to pull from,
from the
It-
consent agenda. Yeah.
I don't see a G on the consent agenda.
A resolution for the Tetra Tech, 68,000, water utilities, marina booster
missing
pump
something?
station.
It was in our
Mine
packet, I
says
know.
G.
Then
Oh, it's E.
Mine says G.
You talking about for the booster pump station?
Yeah.
Yeah, that, I have E.
I have E on this too, but here's what happened. These went here.
Right.
Okay.
I have E as a $1 million rescue plan.
You're looking online because I fixed it online.
You fixed it online. Okay.
Fixed it online.
Got it. Does everybody understand what's being pulled? So we're going to pull the 2451, the $1 million ARPA funds to match the FDE grant. That's C. D is resolution 2452, town hall internet ratification, and E or G, depending on if you're looking online, resolution 24-55. Got it? Everyone got it?
Actually,
And there was a change if you have the paper version, the administrative agenda items B and C, the Veeder settlement agreement and the resolution 2454 Veeder budget amendment have been moved to the consent agenda.
and those are the Veeder is the what I wanted pulled, and then the wastewater, the Tetra Tech.
The Veeder, so not the ARPA funds and not the.
Right,
Okay,
because my online agenda has it as C and D.
okay,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
I would move approval of the final agenda as amended.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next, we have public comment. Madam Clerk.
First up, I have Rebecca Link.
Good morning.
Welcome to your new digs. It's beautiful. Feels good. So I'm Rebecca Link. I'm a resident of Williams Drive, and the reason I'm here today is to put on the record my support for John McLean for the open position on the LPA, taking Scott. I wrote a letter to most people in this room and some others on the LPA. I'm not going to read the whole letter, but I would like to just point out the bullet points that I think make John an excellent candidate. So what I put in my letter was I have worked with John on many volunteer projects here on the beach since the hurricane. And I have witnessed him listening to all sides of an issue before he makes his decision. He has the ability to take in a large amount of information and think it through. I also have witnessed him think strategically. He's also an owner of 2 properties on Fort Myers Beach, so he knows what we're all going through. He doesn't rent, he owns. He has the ability to set personal opinions aside where they're appropriate. in order to make the best decision for our town. And he cares tremendously, not just about us building back fast, but the future of the island, those things that we can't take back once we decide. So with that in mind, I would just like to make my recommendation for John McLean for that LPA seat.
Right.
Okay?
Thank you,
Thank
Rebecca.
you.
Sorry. And then I have Christy Thornton.
Hi, good morning. I'm a newer resident of Lee County. I have a home in the yacht club in Cape Coral.
Just need to identify yourself, Christy. for the
Sorry,
record.
I'm Christy Thornton. This is my husband, Matt Thornton. We own Island Seekers LLC, which is based out of Pensacola, Florida.
Mhm.
We're new down here a couple years. We have a ranch in the yacht club. A ranch in North Fort Myers and a house in the yacht club. And we spend a lot of time down here. I work at the hospital. I'm a supervisor for respiratory therapy. So I worked through the hurricane. I saw this devastation firsthand. We want to help make this better. I don't know what I'm doing. We want to help make this better. We want to improve this area. After dark, I don't know if you all been down here. After like around 9 or 10, it gets pretty unsafe. There's not a lot of transportation. So we would like to propose a business idea. I have an idea on a flash drive. It's actually my idea. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. It's basically providing golf cart transportation in between the tram service, because I did a focus group over a couple of weekends, and that's the biggest complaint is the tram is, they don't know when it's coming, it takes too long, and it's not at the right place at the right time. So we'd like to fill in those gaps. We'd also like to provide a water taxi from San Carlos Island to Fort Myers Beach. And we would like to provide car for hire, like for airport transportation and e-bikes. We want to do this all from San Carlos Island so it doesn't impact the traffic here, which is what we're trying to alleviate. So we would operate everything from there, and then bring traffic or people to Fort Myers Beach. And we would have 3 different routes. One would go right at the end of the bridge and service all the parking lots, and then go right back over the bridge to the park and ride. The second one would go left after the bridge and service Margaritaville, and then go to the Lighthouse Bar, make that loop back around and go further down the beach, one more loop, and then come back around. And then the third one would go all the way down to Publix and back, because the other complaint in the focus group was there's no convenience store or anywhere to buy just a quick bite to eat or a drink. So we would like to fix all of those problems with our business idea. And I have a flash drive with my PowerPoint on it, so you can look at it later.
You can go ahead and give that to the
Okay.
town manager and he'll handle it from there.
Thank you. I'm also available for Thank you.
That's all I have signed up.
Okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak during public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Local achievements and recognitions. Start with you, Counselor King.
Just wanted to thank the staff for all their hard work in getting us into the new digs. It's still got that new trailer smell. And I appreciate it, especially coming in on a Saturday and doing all that. Personally, I just want to thank everybody for their kind words, wishes, and the Islands End crew family that brought in food and desserts, and then the NCH staff that did a fantastic job at taking care of me. I'd share more, but I don't want to violate HIPAA laws. So
Oh, here we go.
If,
I'm just curious how long it takes you to come up with these.
sometimes longer than others. Depends on the meds, Dan.
There you go. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
It's great to have Counselor King back. As a result of the surgery, it's great to see you once again hip to the scene, John. I wanted to once again, particularly as we approach the spring break surge, we've already had some surges over the last couple of months that have been frustrating traffic-wise, but I once again want to thank the folks that are using the pedestrian overpass. I've done this every week now for the last, I think, 6 weeks. The folks that are taking the time to use those stairs right there at Margaritaville, Crescent, and Estero, that is a public overpass, and anyone can use it. There are elevators available. I checked them last week to make sure the public had access to the elevators. I'd heard concerns that they don't. They do. And just that extra couple minutes just saves your friends and neighbors who might be late for a doctor's appointment, late for a flight, trying to just make an appointment off island. It just allows the hip replacement. I just think it's such an easy step to help your fellow residents to take that pedestrian overpass or the elevator if you can. There's just no reason to cross the street there. Just allows traffic to flow. Last week I had a chance to meet 3 officers from the civilian support unit from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. You see the folks earlier in the day wearing the white uniforms. That's the civilian support unit. These folks are retired police officers who've done a lot in their career to serve the public, and they are literally volunteering their time to help our island. So not only to be kind to your fellow residents, but to help them do their job. If you could use that pedestrian overpass. I did a little post last week, and I want to thank the town for reposting that to help educate our visitors and our residents on that. I think Beach Talk Radio reposted that, which was great. The Lee County Sheriff's Office and their PIO reposted that. Just particularly those folks who have rental properties on the island, just to let your renters know that they can use that pedestrian overpass. Anybody who's visiting, if you could just encourage them, it's such a simple little thing. It isn't going to solve all the world's problems, but it sure helps that traffic to flow because there's just no reason for a pedestrian to cross there. No good reason. So, and plus, again, a beautiful view of the ocean from that pedestrian overpass. And I just encourage folks to continue to do that. Lastly, Mr. Mayor, a bit unorthodox, but since we're in our new building and I think it's appropriate, I would ask my colleagues for unanimous consent to proceed out of order just for a moment, because I want to give Frankie an opportunity. I almost have to make Frankie and Andy tell the story because good things are happening on our island. And one of the areas I'd like Frankie to talk about this morning is the permitting issue. The mayor has talked about this numerous times on his show, that he's just not receiving complaints on permitting like we used to. And I have to tell you, I've had the very same experience. And in fact, it's just been dramatic how well the permitting operation has been working. And I just don't think we tell that story enough. And Frankie, if you could just explain to the public what's been happening, who's responsible, and why things are working so well. I'm not saying we've solved every problem in the world, but boy, things have gotten a lot better. And I just think we need to let the public understand better why and how that's happening, if you'd be so kind.
I appreciate that, Mr. Vice Mayor. Frankie Kropacek, Compliance and Operations Director for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Andy and I have these discussions every day, all day. It's about empowering people to do their job. And that's just basically what's happened here. We've given people the opportunity to think outside the box, think amongst themselves. Whatever that paradigm was before we got involved, it didn't exist. They collaborate on a case-by-case basis. They're always asking questions. A lot of it also has to go to Sarah Prost. Some of the tutelage that she's given our planning department, bringing in the Jacobs Group as far as our building officials with Joe Specht. John Dahmer, who's with the Jacobs Group, is here on site multiple times during the week. They're getting educated on the job, but they're also educating each other as they go along. And we're still getting problems, but the problems that we're getting are problems. Nothing more than any other municipality wouldn't work through. The ladies and gentlemen in the permitting department have taken it upon themselves to make it right the first time. They're what we always preach. They're educating wherever they can, letting people know that when they leave, they have everything that they need to succeed. And if they don't, they always circle back. So the onus goes on them. They're just a phenomenal group of people, and we are truly, lack of a better word, blessed to have them as employees.
Thank you for that. And that's who I'd like to recognize this morning for all of those folks, some of them in the back of the room who have been so helpful in turning our permitting issue around in a very positive way, particularly as we open this new town hall. I think Andy will talk later as to one of the reasons why these town trailers were put together the way they were was to make it easier for the public to have one-stop shopping, get their questions answered at permitting. If it's more extensive, they've got a process to get you back to talk to the permitting folks, just to make it more user-friendly to the public to visit our town hall. So I just think it's all outstanding. I just wanted to have an opportunity to recognize those folks in permitting, but also have our town leadership just kind of tell that story a little bit. That's all I've got, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilor Woodson?
Yeah, so last couple weeks we've had once again a couple of fundraisers. I mean, this is the most generous community that I have ever seen. on the 24th, we had the annual gala at Lover's Key. And I think most of you know what a jewel we have in Lover's Key State Park. And we've had a stop, start with our fundraisers through COVID, through a hurricane. And this was our second official one that happened on the 24th. A lot of residents were there, and I just want to thank all of them for their generosity. We knocked it out of the park. No pun intended. I didn't mean that. Honestly, I didn't. But we did, to the point of $290,000 raised for the park, which was just fantastic. And then this past Saturday was I guess it was a concert for the women's club. And I was down there. I didn't get my tickets in time, but I kind of listened from a neighbor's house, and it was packed and the music was great. And, you know, again, the generosity of this community is overwhelming. So thank you.
Councilor Stafford?
I first want to give a shout out to Counselor King. I don't know how you're here on day 3. I had my hip replaced and I didn't make it out of bed till day 4. So hip hip hooray for you. Yeah, I had to throw that in there. I'd like to give a shout out to the Lions Club and the Chamber of Commerce and all the local bars and restaurants that are putting together Shrimp Fest. It's been a get it done attitude. There's been no whining, no complaining. There's just a ton of people trying to make this a great event this weekend, and I hope everybody comes down and gets a passport and participates. And it's not going to be the same. It's going to be different, but I think it's going to be great. And I really hope it's a safe, great weather weekend and everybody enjoys themselves.
Yeah, I agree. That was one I had, so I'm glad you
Sort of.
covered it. And I will not make a hip joke, I promise. Maybe. Just have 2 things. I want to thank Lee County and their staff for working with us last week to ensure getting Crescent Park open. If you haven't noticed, the ugly fencing that was out on the sidewalk is now gone. I don't know that the restroom is open yet. It might be today, but now you can at least go through there. Don't park in there, but you can get in there. So appreciate their help. And then just to reiterate the stuff for the staff, talking with Amy this morning, she said this was her 12th move since the storm. Can you imagine 12 times having to uproot your office and move it somewhere while you're trying to run a municipality? It really goes to the strength of this staff. So hopefully there's only one more in your future. And that's all I have. I have a proclamation I have to read. I don't have it out printed, so it is a proclamation for Flood Awareness Week. Whereas the town of Fort Myers Beach has experienced severe weather in the past in the form of extreme rainfall or tropical storm events, resulting in flooding in the town, and this flooding has caused damage and flood losses to homes and buildings in all areas, whether they are high-risk special flood hazard areas or low to moderate risk flood zones. Whereas the town of Fort Myers Beach is a voluntary participant in the National Flood Insurance Program that provides residents with the opportunity to protect themselves against flood loss through the purchase of flood insurance at reduced insurance premium rates, as well as setting higher regulatory standards to reduce the flood risk and potential flood damage to their property. And whereas the reduction of loss of life and property damage can be achieved when appropriate flood preparedness, control, and mitigation measures are taken before a flood. And whereas public education and awareness of potential weather hazards and methods of protection are critical to health, safety, and welfare of residents, the Florida Floodplain Manager Association, FEMA, has declared the week of March 3rd through the 9th, 2024 as Flood Awareness Week to promote awareness and increase knowledge of flood risk, the availability of flood insurance, flood protection methods, how to prepare for and how to prepare for emergencies. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach does hereby proclaim March 3rd through the 9th, 2024 as Flood Awareness Week, and further encourage the citizens of the Town of Fort Myers Beach to increase their knowledge of how to protect themselves and their property from flooding. Given under my hand and seal of the office of mayor this 4th day of March, 2024. I'll sign that when we get a printer. Next, we have advisory committees, items, reports, and appointments. We have Dawn Thomas from the Public Safety Committee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Dawn Thomas, the Chair of the Public Safety Committee, and I'm coming to you today for several reasons. On the town website, the Public Safety Committee is listed as an advisory committee. And yes, we are an advisory committee, but we're not an action committee. And as such, we've come to you today not necessarily to advise as much as to seek direction from you. With so many issues on all of our plates, we find ourselves in a precarious position of duplicating not only the efforts of the council and town staff, but also other entities such as Let's Go FMB, as well as concerned citizens about our own safety and the safety of our visitors. Issues such as vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic and crossings, the stoplights, crosswalks, street lighting, sidewalk conditions, and the unsafe properties around the island as a result from Hurricane Ian. So today, the Public Safety Committee seeks from you some level of direction. And we're asking for a joint meeting so we can discuss and prioritize some of the issues that you would like to focus our efforts on and things that we actually can do and can make an impact on the island. We understand that some of these issues fall under the purview of the town council, why some of them are Lee County commissioners and LCSO, and some need to be addressed as soon as possible and others can be taken in time. So each of the Public Safety Committee members are proud to serve on the committee and serve this town, and we look forward to any direction you can provide. So if you guys put your heads together and figure out really what our focus should be and how we can actually do something to make an impact, we'd appreciate it. And if you could get back to us, we'd love to set a date. That's it. Unless you have any questions for me.
I wasn't able to make it to the meeting that you guys had just last week, but have you gotten anywhere with the tasks that you had on your plate as far as the sidewalks, signs, crosswalks, things like that?
Okay, so we've got Linnell Crosswalk, as you know, is up and running and blinking, so that's wonderful. We have we've gotten from Scott Worth a electronic app or an app that we can go up and down the sidewalks now and pinpoint any issues that are troublesome. And that was disseminated out as well, and everybody has their tasks. So we are in the process of, now that we have the app, it was just given to us last week by Jason, we can go in and make it electronics instead of calling the staff and saying, you know, I did it and I was like, it's 2 feet from here. It was kind of ridiculous. So this is a lot more precise. So those are the 2 things really we have. And then also Jim came and presented to you his idea for the hurricane, I don't know what you would call it, alert system. If someone chooses to stay on the island, that we can let the law enforcement know that this person is in this home, please go check on them after a storm instead of having them have to go to every single home. So he's also in the process of that. But other than that, it's pretty, I mean, we're talking about bike safety, which is kind of low on the totem pole right now.
No, I'm not opposed to having a joint meeting.
I think that'd be great. I've got a number of ideas. I'd love to brainstorm with the committee. Yep.
We schedule it for maybe an M&P day before or after.
Okay, shoot us an email and we work through Jason and Amy and you let us know. Awesome.
All right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Can we do it as soon as this M&P or do we have to have it noticed? Because it's just
The MMP's this Thursday.
this Thursday. I mean, I don't know if that's short notice, but I'd hate to have
No,
to wait
you could
another
do that.
month.
We'd have to get with their schedule to see. So
Yeah, that shouldn't be a legal
Thursday?
problem at all.
Thursday.
This Thursday after our M&P. Otherwise, we'll probably end up waiting. Yeah, otherwise we'll end up waiting another month.
everybody up here is okay with Thursday if she can do it. It's just a matter if we can get the committee on board to be there.
Mhm.
We can make it happen.
Guess what?
Be careful what you wish for.
You asked, you shall receive. Yeah, it's good with me.
Yeah, it's good with me.
You guys okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we have the LPA, Chair Saracita. And backup.
Wow.
Oh, you brought in heavy recruits, I see.
I'm the must.
That's right.
So, thank you. Good morning. I'm Anita Saracita. John, I wish you a speedy recovery. I hope that Frank, Andy, the council, staff, I hope that none of the comments that were made by the LPA at our recent meeting were taken as an assault or offense on inadequacies or misprocedures or anything like that. It's not at all how it was intended. What was intended by our comments relative to temporary permits was our fear of how it's going to stunt redevelopment on the island. I've heard it many times. This was a unanimous conversation amongst the LPA, which I honestly was surprised by. As you're looking to paint the picture of what Fort Myers Beach is going to be as we redevelop, and these huge projects are coming forward, we have to start thinking about what temporary uses are doing to the big picture. And in the case of the most recent addition, it's not painting the picture of the community that I think we're working towards. Has nothing to do with content. It could be a popsicle store. The intent of your ordinance 2503 was specifically for government and residential uses. It was a generous effort on the part of the council to allow people to have a place to live, to allow businesses, even because you added that in. It's not in the ordinance, but it became part of, I know you're supposed to drive 70 on I-75, but I don't. And so I think in this particular situation with this particular ordinance, the intent of the community and of the council was to allow existing businesses on their property to do something like Tuna Skin did, like Tom at La Ola did. There's several other great examples on the island, but not to invite mobile vendors, which are prohibited by ordinance in the town, to be temporarily or permanently allowed in the community. So what we're hoping is that this begins a conversation with the council as to what's the end game? Where are we going with this? Because it seems like it just is a rolling snowball, and I'm afraid that the snowball will roll over us. You have anything to add, Don?
I don't think I could add anything to say it any better.
Thank you. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try and better explain what we were trying to come up with or trying to express to you all. It is a big concern. It's not just a concern of the LPA. I think it's a real concern of the community. I had a woman call me after the meeting and say, I don't want to live on a street of trailers. How long will they be here? Will they be here another 6 months? Will they be here another year? Karen, thank you for your email expressing your concerns about it as well. I think it is something that needs to be clarified in your ordinance. If you are going to continue to allow individual businesses to come to the island, where does that stop? What are the provisions you're going to make? What are the requirements? And I, as well as many other people, look forward to you having that conversation. So.
Yeah, I know you and I have talked about this quite a bit.
The whole thing got in my head. It's been in my head, but Dan and I went to Florida Gulf Coast last week or whenever to speak to a group of people. And he and I were talking about this very issue. And then it was like in my head. And then boom, on Tuesday, I just had to say what I was thinking. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've said many times that I think our intent, if you guys remember, well, I don't think you guys were.
Yeah, we were on.
You were on. Well, I know when we voted on, but when we first started having the conversations, we were at the Leaky Tiki, the temporary ones.
Yeah.
And Jim, I remember us having the conversation about giving the right of first refusal for commercial businesses to allow back in what was there before. But if they couldn't do it, then they could look elsewhere. And that was the original conversation that I recall. And then, obviously you guys got elected, and then the ordinance is what the ordinance is. And in that meantime, Senate Bill 250 came down which superseded everything that we did, because the original intent was to do 6 months with a 6-month review to have a maximum of 18 months to be able to use a temporary use. Well, Senate Bill 250 came in and changed that to 36 months from the date of the storm, which would be September 28th of 2025. So that kind of tied our hands as far as being able to allow someone temporary use of trailers on their property. I don't know how that works with commercial.
At SB 250, when it's talking about the 36 months, that's residential.
That's what I read.
Mhm.
So we're kind of in that gray area to your point, I think, Anita, where businesses are there. So I think we've gotten to the point where we have to come up with an end date to this. We have to give enough time, I think, but we also have to let people know that this is going to be the end of it.
You know,
And-
Dan, with all due respect, you know, I admire you greatly and I
Mhm.
have a great working relationship with you. I'm afraid SB 250 is becoming like Oz. There's this mysterious SB 250 behind this curtain and nobody clearly understands what it does and doesn't. But for the last 2 days, I have talked to at least a dozen people about it, some attorneys, some not. I've read everything I can, and I just don't see anywhere where I don't see anything that the town has done or intends to do that violates SB 250. And so what I am again fearful of is that we have this thing looming out that prohibits us from doing what's best for our town that doesn't really exist. In some capacity, it does relative to land use, relative to permits that were existing. I mean, you know, it's section 14 that everybody really quotes, right, Becky?
Well, actually, the 36 month is in section 1.
But that's residential. We're mostly
That's
talking
residential.
about commercial. So in section 14, it says cities and counties within 100 miles of where either Hurricane Ian or Nicole made landfall cannot, 1, impose any stop on construction or property damage by the hurricanes. We haven't done that. God knows we've helped people, right? Impose more restrictive or burdensome amendments to its comprehensive plan or land development code. We haven't done that. We've made it looser.
Mhm.
Impose more restrictive or burdensome procedures around site plans and development before October 1st, 2024. So in October 1st, 2024, it loosens up on that element. However, an amendment or development may be implemented if it meets certain criteria provided in the section. This section applies retroactively to the date of the storm, September 28th.
Mhm.
So that's what's applying to all this commercial stuff. And yet I don't want it to be like a gorilla in a room
Mhm.
and keep us from doing what we feel is best for the community.
No, and I'm not trying to say that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is to make the point. Had those things not be allowed, we wouldn't have a hardware store.
That's true.
We would, you
Mhm.
know, we wouldn't have an ice cream shop.
And
We
restaurants.
wouldn't have restaurants. We wouldn't have anything. So, although I agree with you that it's kind of taking on a shape of its own, but I think that's something that we can control. We can say, you know, because of that, I know you don't like Senate Bill 250. Nobody likes
Oh,
talking
no,
about
I
it, but
love
but
it
it is a
now.
law.
Now
It is
that
a
I'm
law
more
that we have
familiar
to
with it, I'm
follow.
okay.
And I think just for clarity and just for ease to use that date as an end date, to me makes sense. And this is just my personal opinion. I'll defer to these guys here for their opinion, but that gives a clear understanding to people that you have until September of next year to come up with a plan. Or I'm sorry, Laola,
Residential or commercial.
or commercial.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, Laola. I'm sorry for the places that may or may not be able to do something before them, but to not have any clear direction that something's coming out of the ground. To your point, whoever talked to you didn't want to live on a street where there's a trailer park there. We all, I think, share that same philosophy, but how much time is too much and how much time is not enough? And by using that guideline of the Senate Bill 250, 36 months, I think gives people enough time to plan, to get a plan of action going. If September 28th, 2025, there's still a trailer there and there's not a foundation coming out of the ground, or at least a permit submitted, it's a pretty clear indication they have no intention of doing anything. It's going to be I've been saying this since the beginning. It's going to be a tough decision for the town. We know we're going to have violations that we're going to have to write no matter what date you pick. It's not going to be pleasant for anyone, but we owe that to the businesses that do want to build a brick and mortar, and we do owe it to the people that want to build their house back. The storm is going to unfortunately affect people different ways, and not everyone's going to be saved and not everyone's going to come back from it, but we'll do the best that we can. So
But
with
I,
that, I'll-
but I also think, and yeah, we have SB 250 and everything, and it's residential, and we all talked about that. But as far as the trailers went, the business trailers, the real intent when we did that was for the people who were already operating businesses in the town before the storm, that they could set up a temporary food truck or whatever it may be to get their feet back on the ground. So that's where Laola came in. That's where Rude Shrimp came in, Yo Taco, Mom's, Beach Bar, all of them. Now what we're seeing though is businesses that were not on the island before the storm being able to rent from owners of property and put up a new business. That wasn't the intent.
That was my point. We had businesses that were thriving on the island. The storm took their brick and mortar away because we didn't allow mobile vendors at that time, right? So we were able to allow people to get back and reopen, everyone on the island to have access to food and other things that were here before. But if you allow everyone to come in, if Anita and I start a salmon skin or something like that store next to, or- I don't know, but the point is,
But that's a good idea.
we would compete with tuna skin, right? And tuna skin probably would say, well, my gosh, now there's somebody right next door to me in a camper van selling t-shirts. And so the point is to allow our businesses to get back. And it's not to prevent new businesses. Come one, come all. If you want to bring a business to the island, but bring it in brick and mortar, plan and build.
And I don't disagree with you, and I'll play the devil's advocate on this. To your point, Karen, it's not like the town is allowing a food truck on a residential property. If there was something, it was a commercial space, a commercial business is going on a commercial space. And I look at it as, let's say the building was, we'll use whatever building you want. Let's say Pete's Time Out was still there. If he decided to clear that out and make it a t-shirt shop, is there anything we could do to stop him? No.
In a brick and mortar, right?
But I get that. But my point is, that was at least my understanding of our initial discussions of it right after the storm, was to allow a property owner to try to earn some business if the original person did not want to come back.
But Dan,
Now there was no time frame set at the time, other than we had the 6-month increments up to 18 months. That was the time frame. We could review it after 18 months. Now it's 36 months for residential, not commercial. And I think by putting an end on it, I don't think anybody wants to have 50 trailers parked in 50 different locations that weren't here before the island. But do we owe it to the property owners that have been here for a long time to, if nobody else is coming, to do what they have to do to help pay their property taxes? I feel having a little compassion. They are, even though they may be not running the business, they still own the land that has been there for decades.
So I agree in the instance where the business was here. And there's one that comes to mind where we have an ice cream trailer and a hardware store, right? And it's on someone's property that owned the property that ran a business before. And I have no issue with a business that's been here before renting that property, right? And the same thing goes with the beach whale. Beach whale's going to start soon. As soon as they get their permit, they're going to have to move somewhere else if they're to stay in business. If the 7-Eleven property next door was willing to rent that property for the time while they're building their building, again, I think perfectly fine. They were on the island before. So that's my view, is just protecting our business.
So let's take it a little further. So what is the recommendation from the LPA? Is it to tell them all to shut down and get off the island? Is it to not let any more from the state forward? What is the recommendation?
To cut off the valve, to push the envelope to folks who are going to rebuild their property, rebuild. But you cannot start a new business on a property with a mobile vendor. It's prohibited in our code. Mobile vendors are prohibited in our code. So you cannot do that. Now, you kind of gloss over the notion of, well, we had this conversation. I agree you had the conversation, but that is not in your ordinance. So much like, I know it's 70, but I like to drive 90. I mean, it's not what the rule is. Now, have we been generous? And I say we as the town, your staff, the council, have you been generous with Scott and Jackie having the hardware store on their property? Yes. La Ola setting up a beautiful situation? Yes. Everybody who's doing business in a temporary way are really not included in your ordinance 2305. They're just not included. It was meant for government and residential. So what we're saying is, don't let the big picture redevelopment of the island be sidetracked by continuing to allow more mobile businesses to come into Fort Myers Beach that were not here prior to the storm. Do not allow that, because what's going to happen is it's going to continue to proliferate. And as far as we could see, there's no basis to allow it.
And I think it's similar to my lot. I have a lot that I'm not living on, and I'm not living in a camper on it. But if I wanted to put a camper on it, my understanding is I cannot put a camper on it and allow Anita to stay in that camper or to rent from me, meaning it's my property.
You could let me
If-
stay there for free.
You could, yeah, you could stay for free. I couldn't rent it.
Right.
Okay, so I don't think it's any different when you have a business, a commercial property where you had a business before. You can put a mobile camper on it to run whatever business you had before, or there could be another business that was on the island before that needs to set up while they tear down their building or rebuild or whatever the case may be. And some businesses may move to different places on the island. And I think the temporary thing is fine, but I think we ought to follow it for commercial the same as my understanding is that we follow it for residential.
And you were clear about that in the ordinance, because you said residential trailers cannot be used as Airbnbs. And it was funny because I went back and listened, and Karen, you objected to that because you said, oh, that's a lot of people's business. You're right. You said people lost their revenue from rental properties that they had before. Scott's in that business too. So what's the difference of allowing a mobile home or a trailer on a property that was a business beforehand, or allowing Mary Ann's Soda Shop to come to the beach and set up shop because someone's got space to rent? And Dan, I know Mr. Mayor,
Dan's fine.
with again, with all due respect, the devil has enough advocates. I think we need for you all to take a stance here and decide how is this going to move forward. And like I said, it has this no offense to your staff. Look, these are extraordinary situations, extraordinary times, and you all are extraordinary people. But there needs to be a line drawn in the sand of how we're going to move forward. And if it is going to be come one, come all, I suspect Ed Ryan's going to be opening up a t-shirt shop in Times Square. He's and I know he's going to hear this and laugh that I've said it, but it's not what we intended.
And you know what? He could open up a t-shirt shop in Times Square if he wanted to build a building.
Yes, he could.
You know,
Absolutely.
I mean, that's where I'm coming from. If we're not prohibiting new business, but new business needs to be brick and mortar. And
A
the
new
only
business
thing
needs to comply with all of your rules and regulations
exactly.
of starting a new business.
Right,
Yes.
but if a new business comes in, they should have the right to open up a mobile shop and I think that's one of the reasons why we've been pushing so hard for these developmental deviations to get this process quicker, because that window's closing. I mean, we're talking next September 2025. That sounded like a long way away, but it really isn't if you have to go through all the hoops and ladders. I mean, it's coming quickly. So I think that's another reason why we need to really look at the developmental deviations. So people, there's people will know what they can do with their lot. And when they have some certainty, then they can open up a mobile place.
Yeah,
and
but
build.
they're already starting to go through that process. That
Correct.
they're
Not
serious.
everybody.
They're doing. But I'm saying they should be.
Yeah, they should be.
They should
I
be.
agree. Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the situations that have boiled up to bring this to a head, everybody knows right this minute what they can do with their property. What they don't know is what they might be able to get away with, or what they might be able to do more than what they can do today through special exceptions, through the development agreement with deviations, through a CPD. But right now they know what they can do.
No, I just would say at a very minimum, I think it's very disappointing that our previous council, when I say council, I mean town attorney, didn't codify the intent of the council that both the former mayor and the mayor so well articulated, which was our vision. That's not articulated in our current ordinance, and I think we need to correct that at a minimum. And I think that needs to be a discussion that Becky and maybe through an M&P meeting, we need to discuss what we can and can't do legally to address the legitimate concerns that Anita and Don have raised. And we need to figure out a way to put it in language form to see what it looks like. And then we can have probably a better discussion, but the current ordinance is inadequate. And I think, again, I'm shocked that it was so poorly drafted because it did not reflect any of the concerns that we raised and the empathy that we raised initially. So I want to know from our town attorney what we can and can't do legally and how we would take what Anita is suggesting and codify it in a current ordinance.
Oh, you want an answer now?
No. Something to think about.
Yes, please.
That's right, Becky. Go.
Maybe just a thought. You don't have to have an
Okay,
answer.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We have to tiptoe around SB 250 with regard to having something more restrictive. You're correct. The current ordinance, although it has the word commercial in it, it doesn't address it. So when I read it, I was trying to figure out who wrote this. I mean, because it doesn't hold together at all, unfortunately. So I think we'd be okay with SB 250 because we can't adopt anything more restrictive or burdensome on development issues. But since it really wasn't addressed, I think we might be able to, make that work.
Almost like a clarifying amendment to the ordinance, right?
Sure. Sure. And we can go back and I can watch the videos of, when y'all discussed it and what the legislative intent was. Now we can't go back and cause someone who relied upon what, was actually written, if they acted on it and spent money on it, we can't go back and change that. But we just have to be careful about SB 250.
But Becky, could I just ask you a question on this? Because this drives me crazy. So it says that you can't do anything more restrictive from the day of the hurricane forward. But the town's restriction on mobile vendors comes from 1996. So that restriction was in place, umpteen years before the hurricane. So,
I get that, but the ordinance that we have now opened that door, or at least from an operational standpoint, it opened that door.
it opened the door for
The commercial.
governmental. It opened the governmental and residential.
It was definitely written that way. I don't know why they put commercial in the title, and they
I
put
think it was
commercial
relative
in
to the
some,
short-term rentals.
and it could be. In the prohibition, it didn't say anything about, for instance, if someone wanted to have a trailer and do a long-term lease, it doesn't prohibit that. The word it uses is vacation rentals, as I recall, are not permitted in it. But
But if somebody wanted to do that, it would already be prohibited by the ordinance prohibiting a mobile vendor.
But Anita, I think if you want to weigh heavily on the ordinance that you're referring to, there would be nothing in Times Square right now at all.
No, I know
There
that.
would be
I know
nothing
that.
anywhere
I
on the
know,
island
I know, I
temporary.
know. I'm just asking to be clear about what the rule is, and more importantly, what decision are you going to make going forward? Is it going to be as clear as Karen is that if you were a business on Fort Myers Beach prior to the hurricane, we are going to waive the mobile vendor rule. We're going to allow you to put some sort of mobile business on your property. That was the intent. I don't think anybody has any questions about that. Or are you simply going to leave it open until the 3 years have expired? What I worry about you tying it to the 3 years of SB 250 is, what if they decide to change that and make that 5 years instead of 3 years? Then does that needle move down further? And that's where the discussion came at the LPA about stunting redevelopment. Because, I mean, I'll just tell you that I have spoken to a few people who are operating their businesses in mobile units, and they're not suffering. financially.
Well, of course
So-
they're not.
Why
There's no
would,
incentive.
that's, yes,
I-
there's no incentive to move past.
May I interject? I think the Airbnb in the trailer, that's long gone. No one's coming down here and renting a trailer. I mean, there's enough property managers and vacation rental companies there with other options that make more sense. I don't think anybody up in Michigan's go, hey, I want to rent a trailer down in FMB for the week. I mean, I think that's out the window. So I don't think we need to, that discussion's gone
Yeah,
now.
I wish we could, I've tried to find it and I can't find the meetings anywhere from when we were at Leaky Tiki to listen to the initial conversation at the very first meeting when we had this conversation. Because my recollection of what was talked about there is completely different than what we have talked about and ultimately adapted. So I try to go back to what we initially had planned. And I look at it as, we know why this came down the tracks. We know what specific business we're referring to that started this train down this track.
It actually started before
Which
that.
it was coming
Yeah,
anyway,
it was
right? It was
coming.
coming anyway, but this
Yes.
just gave it more steam.
Yes.
And I look at it as whether you like the business or you hate the business, what if the owner of that property, it was their business? It wasn't the business that was there before.
Nobody
But
be
if they
say,
owned-
nobody be saying anything.
Okay, then,
Nobody be saying anything,
so
but
if
it
he was to go out
wasn't.
tomorrow and buy that business from them, nobody would have an issue with it? To me, that doesn't, I mean,
No.
if the issue is
No.
temporary trailers and moving development, then I think you have to put a time frame on when you can have the temporary use. That, how do you
What
solve
about this though, Dan? I mean, could we talk about at least creating a zone or two? Because I think I was talking to somebody yesterday. They said there was more options on the south end when the Red Cross was there. So I think if there's a need and it makes sense, maybe find an area that maybe could be the place and put that end date of next September.
Well,
Because
yeah, I
the-
think if you look at just Santini, people
Well,
are
I'm
screaming for,
yeah, I'm talking
some sort of
Santini,
mobile
maybe
business down
since
there,
Times Square's, I don't know if Times Square's the answer, but maybe create a zone where if a new business wants to come in, hey, you've got 18 months and, the market's going to decide if the place we're all talking about is going to work. Whether you like it or not, the market is going to determine whether that business is successful. If they're not going to stay here, right?
Right, and I think if any business, if any new business wanted to set up, maybe they plan to rent space at Santini. Could they set up a mobile vendor? Maybe there's some, something that could be put around that to get at what you're saying, Scott, to allow someone that's new that has a lease sign maybe with Santini, but Santini's not ready, or whatever the case may be. Maybe they bought a piece of property and they're starting a new business, but I think it has to have some parameters on it. Can't be 3 years or 5 years or it's probably 18 to 24 months to build a structure, right? Permit and build a structure.
well, I think in hearing the interview with the Santini Plaza owner yesterday, he's very optimistic that this time next year, the people will be open and running in there. Well, I have no reason to doubt him, but if that's the case, that's the case. But
I am choosing to share that optimism.
yeah, I bet you
'Cause I
are.
remember him
I-
saying it last June.
I
they'd have
just
the
want to be
keys.
very cautious as we go forward and discuss this, that you're just using Times Square as an example. There's got to be a time limit of when you're going to be able to build something. I mean, I think they would all love to keep what they have there. I think Lowell is doing just fine. And I don't know about Yotaco. I'm sure they're doing fine. But at some point, is that what it's going to be? Is that all it's going
That's
to
the
be?
decision we want you to
Yeah.
make.
I agree. It should be an
Because
MVP.
because it is, I don't think it's what the LPA is hoping you decide. I mean, we're hoping to see,
Well, I don't know that it could anyway, just because of the flood zone.
yes. So, I feel like our comments on Tuesday created a bit of a sticky wicket for you. And you're right, nobody's going to be happy when the hammer comes down, whenever that is. But being clear about what is going to be permitted is essential right now. Essential.
Mayor, I caught you yesterday on your show talking about not being able to locate the video. So I did go back and find on October 25th the discussion about it, and I found the minutes and also from October 25th. And town manager then explained that businesses might want to set up food trailers until their business was rebuilt. The vice mayor then suggested that only pre-Ian Fort Myers Beach businesses be allowed to operate on the island. Councilmember Veach moved to allow Fort Myers Beach businesses to operate outdoor displays or trailers or food truck / trailer, and that was carried unanimously. And somehow that got dropped in between the 25th and then the ordinance that was drafted.
Mhm. Yeah, I could find the minutes, but I couldn't find the video, so I'm glad you found it. But that was my recollection of, that was the intent. It was, but it didn't translate into what you see. I think everybody's okay with it. Let's add it to this discussion because we knew it was coming. It's just a matter of when it was coming and when you're gonna
We'll
have to
get
have.
busy.
We'll get busy.
Happy to remind you.
Yes,
Thank
we're
you.
happy to
Yeah,
remind
yeah.
you. Let us know if we can help.
Oh, I think you've stirred the pot enough, Anita. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well,
See you later.
if I could say something, the restriction with regard to the commercial stuff, which is in section 14
Mhm.
of SB 250, that ends October 1st of this year.
Mhm.
So we could put something and have an effective date so that people would know it's coming. You could adopt it, but the effective date could be October 1st of 2024.
Well, again,
So-
that's where you're gonna have an empty Times Square because there will be
That's my
nothing
concern. I
there.
wouldn't
There will
say
be
that.
nothing down in Santini that would be temporary. There would be nothing temporary at all based on that.
Maybe,
Well,
maybe you go
that's-
back to just what John just said. The businesses that were here pre-Ian have another grace period. Maybe they have one more year of a grace period to your 3-year suggestion. But if you weren't here,
But so are you saying, and this is where I guess maybe I'm getting confused, are you saying, we'll just use Margaritas? They chose not to come back to the island. So does that island or that spot have to sit empty now because Margaritas, that was the existing business before the storm, decided not to come back and therefore that landowner cannot collect any rent?
Right. If I think if Mangaritas wanted to come back, or I went and bought Mangaritas name and wanted to set up on that property, I think that works. Or another property on the island, Mangaritas.
But now
I
that
think
Margaritas isn't coming back, does that then mean
what
that
we're
that
saying
land
is
sits empty?
we're saying no new business. Yeah. That was the intent, right? We thought the intent was for the businesses that were here before, because again, you're going to create a tremendous amount of, it's great to have places to go choose to eat, but we had plenty of choices before. So if everyone sets up, the whole intent, I think, was to protect those businesses and give them sort of some legs under them to start earning money again and be able to start permitting and planning and building. And so, or waiting for someone to build a commercial building they could lease space in. So if that was the intent, which I believe it was, and I think you said it was,
Mhm.
then no, a new business would not be able to be allowed on that lot until, or, unless they built something new, in my view. But maybe there's some way that there's a lease on the lot and there's a times period set. Maybe the town can say, hey, you have to go to permit within 90 days or 180 days or whatever for a business. And if you do that, you could set up a mobile place. But hey, there's a date, date definitive that you have to be out of that mobile, that mobile vendor. So maybe it's 12 months if you've got a permit and if you've signed a lease on the property or you're buying the property or whatever. It's just about setting some parameters, and then I think code enforcement making sure that we're following, or they're following it.
Well, I will say, I think this is just one of many things that the storm has caught it. A wicked, what do you call it? A sticky wicked? A sticky wicked.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a pleasant thing 18 months from now or 12 months from now.
but
or
what
whatever
is
it
going to be pleasant is the future that we are
Oh,
going
certainly.
to create. That's going to be pleasant. And all of these folks that are spending billions, millions, and millions of dollars to create projects, to bring them forward. It's if that's the picture that you want to paint, there has to be some consistency.
I think one other thing, if you focus on the businesses that were here before, cash flows from a business create cash available for debt service, right? So if you've got a business that's been set up right now, say 12 months, and they're doing well, we use Yo Taco as an example. Yo Taco may have enough cash available for debt service. They could go get debt to be able to build a small building on some piece of property or buy a piece of property. If you continue to allow more and more mobile vendors in, it's very easy, right? There's no barriers to entrance. And then now Yo Taco is sharing with Anita's taco stand or whatever. So it won't allow that, and it may stymie that growth. It may stymie the build back, or prevent the build back because they may not have enough business to support building back. And then they're off the island, and then we lose businesses from the island.
That was the theme of our conversation. And we're very happy to be here to share it with you today. Enjoy.
Thank you for listening.
You got all that, Amy? Okay. Next, we have the local planning agency appointment. We have 4 people, I believe. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Do you have your little?
Are we doing the ranking like we normally do?
Yeah, that's usually how they go. Just put the names on and.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mhm. Do we want to, is there anyone here would like to speak that's going for the LPA position?
I don't see anybody.
Oh, yeah. Who's got your, he's got it, okay.
Oh.
That was fun.
We're not ranking, we're just
Just
checking.
choosing one?
Just says choose one, so it's no ranking.
There's no ranking. Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. Now let's just choose one. Let's just choose one.
Which one are we talking?
So on this one, are we just choosing one? Okay.
We'll choose one, see what happens. If not, then we'll go to rank.
I guess we're choosing one, and if it doesn't work, then we'll go.
Then we'll rank it. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It should work.
So with 4 votes is John McLean and 1 vote Ed Schoonover.
All right. Congratulations,
John McLean.
John. I know he's out of town.
Mhm.
Okay. You got a new member, Anita. Teach him the sticky wicked. All right, next we have the advisory boards, designation of council representation to the 6-town advisory boards committees. First one is the Anchorage Advisory Committee. The current liaison is Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Well, we have had an infusion of talent. We already had some nice, good people on there, but we've had an infusion of 4 new members. It's extremely, excuse me, extremely active. Got a great group, and I would like to continue to be the liaison to that.
I have no objection. Is there any objection? Okay. Next is the Audit Committee. The current liaison is Councilmember King. King?
I'm a fan of yours, Mayor, but that was one of your first mistakes, was putting a man on an audit committee that has trouble balancing his checkbook. I think Scott might be a better choice for that, and I think he's looking forward to the opportunity.
I would love to be on the audit committee.
I have no objection. Any objection to that?
Great.
No, all yours. Bay Oaks Board Cab, current liaison, Councilor Woodson.
I love that job. I love Board Cab. I was on Board Cab. I want to keep Board Cab if they want to keep me.
It's fun. Betty Simpson is the greatest. She's so awesome. Smallest handwriting on the planet, but
Yeah, that's true. Tiniest woman on the planet, I think.
I have no objection to that. Anyone have any objection to that? No? Okay. Next is Cultural and Environmental Learning Center Advisory Board. Current liaison is Vice Mayor Adderholt.
That is an amazing advisory committee as well. We have tremendous institutional knowledge there. It's been a joy to serve with the folks on that committee, and I would be privileged to continue to serve on that.
All right. I have no objection to that. Any objection?
None.
Next is vacant. Councilor Veach, when he when he resigned, he left open a seat for the Marine Environmental Resources Task Force for the MRF Committee. Is there anyone that would like to be the liaison for that one?
I'd like to step up and take that challenge.
Okay, I don't have any objection to that.
Agreed.
Anybody? It's all John's. Next is a Public Safety Committee. I'm on that. I would like to stay on it if nobody has any objection.
I don't object.
Okay. Scott?
No.
Okay. I think that covers all of them. Did you get it all, Amy? Perfect. Next are the outside committees. Scroll down. The first is the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership Policy Committee. Currently Chad, I know Chad's here. Currently Chad is, and doesn't, I believe that usually is a staff member, isn't it? That's on that one. Chad, is he still okay to be the person for that?
Yes.
You waving? Is he by? Oh,
I'm not sure it says that in there.
No.
It
a
says we can
partnership of
designate.
citizens and elected officials and resource managers working together.
Hey, morning, everyone. Chad Schutz, environmental staff. So there's actually 3 positions. There's a technical, a management, and a policy. 3 different positions to fulfill for chin up, as they like to call it. So the policy one is preferred for an elected official. If y'all would like me to continue, it's up to y'all.
Well, just reading what it says the policy committee, they're expected to attend the regular meetings or designate a representative in writing from the appointing board, which would be us, with full authority to act or vote on any issue at the meeting. So in my mind, if we approve that, you can continue in that.
Yes, sir.
If you're okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do we need a motion to do that, or is it just a?
Yeah, we need to vote on that.
Okay. I'll make a motion to keep Chad Schutz as our designated person on the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership Policy Committee.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. Next is the Coastal Advisory Committee. Again, Chad Schutz is on that. Chad, are you okay with staying on that one as well? I think he's our best. Yes? No? The Coastal Advisory Committee? Okay. I will make a motion to approve Chad Schutz to be on the Coastal Advisory Committee.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the Fort Myers Beach Elementary School Youth Council. Currently, I guess I'm on it, and I did not even know it. So
I was going to ask, what is it?
I honestly did.
I
Until I saw
I
this.
don't know if Anita's still here, but as I remember that, Mr. Mayor, I think just traditionally the mayor has served as the representative, but
Okay.
I don't know what they do.
I don't either, so I'd be happy to continue doing it if someone can tell me where I need to go.
Maybe you should get your group together.
First, I don't remember seeing it. I mean,
I think the elementary school does like a civics unit where they bring in like a mock council, and so we'll reach out to the school and have them reach out to you.
okay, just let me know where I gotta be. Sounds good. I don't know what I was supposed to say. I mean, I saw my name there. I thought, oh, what am I not doing? Horizon Council. Currently, we have Council Member Woodson is on the Horizon Council. Councilor Woodson.
Yeah, I actually enjoy being on that. It gives us a lot of insight into tourist dollars and work with pretty much all the mayors and their county commissioners. Superintendent of the school board is on that. So it gives us a lot of insight into what's going on in Lee County.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite too. That's a good one.
Mhm.
You want to stay on, I assume?
Yes, I would like
Okay.
to.
I don't have any objection. I'll make a motion to approve Councilor Woodson to continue being the representative for the Horizon Council.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries unanimously. The MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization. Currently, it's Councilmember King. You still okay with You're moving up the chain there.
Moving up the chain, and Derek's keeping me in line, so
Very good. I'll make a motion to continue having Counselor King be on the Metropolitan Planning Organization.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council. It's a self-governing committee. This is one that I think comes up every time and nobody's really, there's nobody on it. It meets the third Thursday of the month. Staff is currently the one that fits in that.
So who on our staff sits on that?
Andy?
First I've heard of it, so I don't know.
If I
I'm like
remember,
the mayor.
if memory serves me, Mr. Mayor, I think that organization has been relatively inactive, but
That's what I, that's my recollection.
Chad again. If it's environmental, it'd probably be Chad, I would imagine, or maybe Mark.
Well, it's regional planning, it might be something to.
Okay.
Who? Sarah? You okay with that? Okay. I will make a motion to have Sarah Prost. Chad, you wanted to say something? No. Oh. Okay. I will make a motion to have Sarah Prost be our representative for the Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. South Florida Resiliency Coalition. We currently have no one on that. I'm wondering, that's a I'll read it so that maybe you can, this might be a staff one too. The coalition unites county and municipal governments within the counties of Charlotte, Lee, and Collier with natural and cultural resource managers to utilize the region's vulnerability to the effects of climate change, sea level rise, storminess, warming, extremes, and precipitation, precipitation, and to adaptively plan for or mitigate its consequences through the identification and implementation of best practices. The coalition is further committed to engaging the public through education and participation in the decision-making process.
I would imagine Mr. Hauge would be a perfect fit for that. He just agreed.
Did he? Okay. I'll make a
think that was
motion
a
to
thumbs
approve
up, I
Jeff Hauge. I don't think you got much of a choice there, but I'll make a motion to approve Jeff Hauge for the Southwest Florida Resiliency Coalition.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. And last is the TDC, the Tourist Development Council, which I am currently on. We are currently a voting member, and I would like to stay on it if no one has any objections.
What happens, it says the voting member will expire June 30th. So
Yeah.
then we get no vote in it. We just,
Still on the Council of Representation, we just don't get to be one of the voting members. It goes to the two highest contributors to the TDC fund, and it rotates
okay.
first and second every year. Last year was Sanibel, this year is us. Next year, it may be someone completely different depending on the storm.
TDC dollars and
Who pays
things.
the most into the TDC?
But
dollars.
you can't go 2 times in a row, 2 years in a row.
No, it alternates.
Alternates no
between the
matter what.
top two contributors.
Okay.
I would move that the mayor continue to serve on the TDC as our
I'll second.
representative.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next, we have approval of the minutes from the management and planning session from February 15th, 2024, and the town council special meeting from February 15th, 2024.
I just have one slight correction on the special town council meeting.
Okay.
Under the administrative agenda A, town council vacancy, it said pending litigation in Florida legislature. I think that needs to be corrected to legislation.
Make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And with that, I'll move approval.
Got a motion from Counselor King. I will second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Next, we have the remaining of the consent agenda, which is Resolution 2443, Resolution 2447, 2451, Resolution 24-52, and the other ones were pulled. So is there a motion to approve the?
I thought we pulled 2452.
No, the one on the paper is different than the one online. So the one that John was referring to were the two for Vidor and resolution 2455, correct, John?
These two.
Yes.
Your settlement and the 2454.
Because the administrative agenda got moved
These should be on the
Okay.
consent.
and it was updated online, but not on the paper copy.
Gotcha.
Is there a motion to approve the remaining of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Do you? Okay. Well, I noticed we don't, in our agenda, before public, we want to do the remaining consent agenda items before the public hearings, I would assume?
Yes.
Okay, because it's not in here, just want to make sure. So we'll talk about resolution 2455, a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving a supplemental task authorization, Tetra Tech Inc., not to exceed $68,830 for water utilities for Marina Booster Pump Station rehabilitation.
I believe the Vidor one is first,
Well,
but we could do whichever.
I was just pulling the two from the administrative and putting them below the other one, but is that okay?
Yeah, but don't we have 2451 first?
No, those didn't get pulled.
The,
What we
would-
have,
Okay.
these two items actually got put on over here, so.
Gotcha. Okay.
I was just going to ask for unanimous consent to proceed out of order, whatever the order is.
Oh, we're good.
I thought I was confused.
Yeah, yeah. We've already read this one. Let's just do this one if everybody's okay with it.
Yes.
Okay. John?
I just would like an explanation for the public as to what this is regards to.
Mark is coming up, Public Works Director.
Morning, everyone. So, John, I didn't hear what your question was. I'm sorry.
I just wanted an explanation of what this is for the public.
Oh, okay, very good. So, we get our water from a subaqueous crossing under the bay, and it goes to a pump station. And this is the Moss Marine Pump Station. It's located down at Moss Marine. During the storm, obviously, it was underwater. Without that pump station, we can't get enough pressure up and down the island to supply everyone. So this is a vital key component to our distribution system. They can't fill the tanks in the south. They can't do anything without this pump station. There was some rebuilding to it done after the storm, but it was not done to the best of its abilities. So right now, if that pump station goes out, we're basically on boil water notice on the entire island. So this is sort of a temporary fix, but it's one that's needed because if we had to bring it up to code, it would have to be 15 feet off ground and it would take a very long time to do that. We're trying to get this now so that we don't have any headaches from us. So we're trying to do it so that we can provide pressure to the island all the time. But looking to the future to where then we can bring it up to the code that's going to be required because new developments are coming in and they're going to want to move it and all this and that. Well, we can't wait for those developments to come in. We have to do something now so that we can provide the citizens with the pressure that they need.
Frankie, does this fall under the CAFE FEMA reimbursement funding for the 68,000?
This is kind of weird. It kind of does to a point. Some of it does, but because of where it's at and the way Mark described it, it's a joint venture between us and the county. The water that's coming into that station is the county side, the station itself and getting it to the island. So walking this is vital so we can address the other part of it, which would be the FEMA part.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mention that. Yeah, the county is right at the edge of our station and we take it after that. But the station technically is our pumps and motors. And like I said, it was underwater. I think some of the electrical components are probably fused together from the salt
Surprised it's
water,
still running.
if you know what I mean. It's not good. It's really not good at all.
What would be the time frame of fixing this?
It shouldn't be too bad. We are looking at probably to buy the pumps and motors quickly right off. If we do it ourselves, if we buy the pumps and motors separate from trying to go to process bid type of thing where you can get those quickly and then we can get the electrical firm to come in and hook them up. So it should be pretty quick. Go ahead, Frank.
Not to step on Mark's
No, go
toes,
ahead,
but
Rice.
we had discussions with the county actually supplied us with their price on what they had paid for the exact same pump. So they've given us all that information moving forward.
Yeah.
So our intent is to replace it in-house.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, replace it in-house. Obviously, we can't pull the pumps and motors, but I do know contractors who can come in and do that.
Okay.
And they'll come in pretty quick.
Any other questions?
I'll move resolution number 24-55.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
Opposed? Thanks, Mark. Next is the Vidor settlement agreement. Does you care which order we do it? You would do the agreement first and then, okay.
I would do we can do them together. If you would read both of them and then we'll,
Okay,
because it is a package.
okay. The Vidor settlement agreement, there is seeking a motion to approve a settlement agreement with Vitor Contracting Services LLC in the amount of $225,000 related to disputed billing and work performed following Hurricane Ian. That would be resolution 24-54, Vitor budget amendment. A resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, authorizing a budget amendment in the amount of $225,000 for payment of settlement of a billing dispute under the Prompt Payment Act for hurricane relief work performed by Vitor Contracting Services LLC and providing for an effective date. John?
Wasn't trying to open up a can of worms here, but I just did want to have an explanation for the public.
Okay, well, the town received a demand from Vitor for a mediation under the Florida Local Government Prompt Payment Act. And as a result of that, there's mandatory mediation, and the town hired a mediator, a very, very accomplished attorney, Derek Rooney, who is here. I've asked him to come. And he mediated it. There were 2 mediation sessions. The result of any mediation, if it's successful, is something that neither side is crazy about. But it works, it settles the matter. The problem from the town's side on this was that the agreement had a provision for attorney's fees, and the agreement itself said that the attorney's fees were in favor of the town. However, under Florida law, if you have attorney's fees in favor of the town, it's in favor of the other side too. So it appears, even under the town's calculations, that the town did owe money to Vitor, which was not paid. There were definitely questions as to a lot of things that went on shortly after the storm. There were things that happened, and the paperwork is not particularly good on it. So after 2 mediation sessions, which is a lot, we came with a settlement. The settlement amount is going to come $225,000 out of the money that we just recently received from Mr. Prasad, the $250,000 that we just received. So it's not money that was budgeted already, because the money that we got from Mr. Prasad is basically found money. And I asked Mr. Rooney to come to address, any questions that you have with regard to the mediation, because he was there. He was very helpful with us resolving the issue.
Would anybody like to hear from Mr. Rooney?
Can I ask a question real quick? Madam Town Attorney, could you discuss this attorney fee provision that was in this contract language? And explain what it is, and explain whether this would be language that, this is prior to your tenure, this would be language that you would allow in a contract?
It is not. For one thing, it gives you the impression that only our side could get attorney's fees, which is not something that can happen in Florida. And it's virtually always my recommendation to not have an attorney's fee provision in contracts like this, because it really puts a lot of risk on a town, because it's not unusual in commercial litigation. If something is particularly complex, involves a lot of discovery, takes a long time, goes to trial, you can have attorney's fees claims which just dwarf the amount of money at issue at trial. So it's not unusual to have 500,000, $1 million in attorney's fees. And I see Mr. Hyatt shaking his head. He knows, and I've seen it a bunch of times.
So Becky, this particular language that was used prior to your tenure, it's no longer used in our contractual.
Correct.
Yeah. So this was, this particular provision, because it was in the contract, put us in part into the situation that we're here today. And
Oh,
I guess,
absolutely.
I guess what I'm trying to make sure and be clear to folks is that going forward, this is not going to happen again, because we no
Right.
longer allow this type of contractual language to be used. Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
One,
that's
one
very
other
fair.
question procedurally, is in this, in the notes here, it discusses where one of the department heads basically verbally expanded a contract on her own volition. I'm guessing, and this is all prior to the tenure of our current leadership, I'm guessing that it would be difficult under your leadership that a department head would have that authority. Is that a fair characterization?
That is very fair. It
So,
would
so
not happen.
going forward, this is unlikely to happen again.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I just have more of a comment and a question. It seems that, I'm just going to say it, this just reeks of the incompetence that we had in our attorney and our town manager, and how the management of the town was taking place at that time. And we keep uncovering these things. And I know I brought up a long time ago about a forensic audit of all the issues that we've had and that we've uncovered that have cost us money in the past and continue to. And is there any thought process to doing that?
I think now that, with the audit committee, they've reconvened, and Joe, we've gotten to a good place. Joe can probably speak to it. I'm not sure if he's in it, but if he wants to speak to it, but that's something the audit committee can take up and discuss as we move into Joe, if you want to move into the next audit, since we've just finished one, we had to get to a place where we had a good spot to leap off on, but Joe might have more insight.
Joe Onzik, Director of Finance for Fort Myers Beach. It is something that has been of concern, obviously, and it's been expressed, so we're aware of that. And I believe the audit committee is as well. Our original focus, though, was, of course, to get caught up through the fiscal year 2022 audit and make sure that everything was clean there when we did receive a clean audit opinion there. And now we're also focusing on 2023. But I think that at probably any time hereafter, we would be in a good position if you so desire, or if the audit committee recommends so, to bring in someone separately to do a forensic audit if that's what you would desire to have.
So in doing that, what would be the advantage to us? Could we go back and go after anything? Or how does that work?
No, I mean, if you're talking about the attorney issue, there's a 2-year statute of limitations on
within that.
malpractice. I'm sorry.
We're within that.
By the time you got an audit done, I suspect that you would not be. And I think it would be very, very difficult. For instance, there is no way that you could, let me step back for a second. Legal malpractice actions are just a real rabbit hole. It's something that I would not recommend. I think you'd be throwing good money after bad. And I think it would sidetrack a lot of the, wonderful things the town is doing. I really believe that the changes that are being made now are important. We're learning from the mistakes of the past. So spending a whole lot of money, going back and realizing, how much money was wasted by somebody else and trying to go after it, I don't think that's going to work. If the purpose of the audit is to find the mistakes and make sure they don't happen again, then that's a great thing. But I believe that the town manager now, has completely different. I didn't know the former town manager, but from everything I have observed from, the history of what went on, he wasn't anything like your current town manager. So I
No,
don't think
he's
you're
not.
going to have, I don't think you're going to have the problems.
Is it
And-
safe to say that we've uncovered as many of these? No,
Yeah,
you're
that's
shaking your head.
my question.
Yeah,
So
what
you,
else is
you always
coming?
look at exposure. So how many more contracts, how many more situations like this is the town exposed to? Because I think we should know what our risk is and what.
We've looked into this ad nauseum to a point after the first couple that kind of hit the fan, so to speak. And to sit here and say that there's not one lurking out there, I'm not going to go out there, but we are currently trying to go through everything that we have. A lot of the contracts that were put together right after the storm were done by state help, people in here writing contracts, getting them out, getting them in front of legal, giving their purview, and off they went. We found an awful lot of these that had the town not in a good light and had the vendor in a good light. Those we've already have come to their conclusion. They've reached their end point. So we're not on the hook for a lot of those. But to sit here and all of us and say that there's not one out there, I'm not going to go on that limb yet. We need to get settled. We need to get into the paperwork that we do have, the files that did swim, and kind of go back and make sure that we're not beholden to any of those, and address them as soon as we air them out.
If I could ask a question, Joe, to Karen's point, we have an audit committee and their primary role, and I'd love to see it expanded because we have some really talented people on the audit committee, is to select an outside auditing firm to do an annual audit of the town. Is there a way that we could expand that audit to take on some forensic pieces of that puzzle? Or do you think that outside audit could, in other words, can it serve the role of a forensic audit, or is that a completely separate look?
Well, just in my personal opinion, I think it would be better to have a completely independent, separate audit firm, because there's a potential for conflict of interest, because it's possible that there may be something that exists that perhaps the existing audit firm should have or could have uncovered if they had done things differently. And I don't know that it would be good to have that same firm looking at things. So I think just to make sure that there is no conflict of interest. I'm not saying that they would do that.
No, I understand.
But just to protect the town from that, I think it would
your
be
point is the
separate.
outside auditing firm was the same prior to the Ian as it is. It's the same
is.
firm post Ian. So
it is.
It'd be a little challenging for them to catch their own mistakes, in essence, is what you're saying.
Well, I think so, but a forensic audit is a different kind of audit, so they would be doing different procedures. But to some degree, it does kind of touch on the same things. They'd be looking at similar transactions. They'd be looking at similar records that this existing audit firm would have already looked at. So, but they did not look at it with those same eyes.
Okay, thank you.
Joe, do you feel you've got your hands wrapped around with where all the money is and what accounts it was in? I know there was some struggle at first to try to understand the system that was in place. And you've done a great job, you and your team, I think, to get your hands around it. Do you feel confident enough that we're in a good position to understand where everything is and how it was put out? Maybe contracts still out there, Frankie's point, but financially from the town's aspect? Do you think it's something that's needed?
A forensic audit?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that what I've seen, but see, I'm not a forensic auditor, but from my position, my perspective, what I'm looking at, I have not seen any evidence of that type of thing myself. So I don't have any concerns that I've uncovered this or I've uncovered that that's causing me to be concerned. I've not seen anything like that. But I'm not a forensic auditor, so but from my perspective, I have not seen anything to cause me concern.
I know when we discussed this earlier, I had brought it up with then interim town manager Keith Wilkins. In Iowa, the state auditor will conduct forensic audits of school boards, municipalities, and things like that. I'm not sure, Becky, if that's something that would be done here, if you even know that, or
I've never heard of that done. That doesn't mean it couldn't happen. I'm not sure. I can
Okay.
look into it.
yeah, if that might be an avenue that might save us some money going down that way, and from something that's a public institution.
Any other questions for Joe?
No, I mean, I brought this up and I'm infuriated more than anything. But if you feel that, and I know I've talked at nauseum as well with Andy and Frankie on this, so they know exactly where I'm coming from, but I think we are on a good path now. When these things come up though, it just drives me insane. So if you think that we are in good shape, I guess my only other question would be, do we feel using the same audit firm rather than switching to a new audit firm would be any advantageous, just to start out with a clean slate now that we have everything in order? Is that something that has been talked about or considered?
It has. Of course, when I came on, we were already in the process of undergoing the audit for 2022 with the existing auditor. So that wasn't an option to change midstream. And we had finished the audit so late because of all the extenuating circumstances. It was like done really, I think it was after September 30th into October when it was finally completed. And we should already be starting 2023 audit. And because of that process being so late, it was really too late to select new auditors for 2023, and we still had contract extensions. But the intention is to, I believe, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn with the audit committee, because I don't know that they've actually said this officially, but I think in conversations with individuals, I believe the intent is to issue an RFP, a request for proposals, for a new audit firm for this 2024 audit. And start fresh, as you say.
Do we know when our current audit company was first hired? Was it with?
It was several years ago. I don't have the exact date. They did
I
go
guess
out.
you know what I'm asking.
Yes, they did go out for RFP a couple, well, at least a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, and they were reselected again through a competitive process.
I think it was 21.
Okay.
But I believe that the recommendation came from the audit committee, right?
Yes.
It didn't come from the staff. It came from the audit committee reviewing.
That's true.
Okay.
So the audit committee was the one that recommended this firm.
Okay. That's good to know. Thank you.
I guess I'll ask for a parliamentary, do you want these combined as one motion since we've discussed them together? Or do you want the settlement and the budget as two separate?
They can be two separate.
Okay. I will move the Vetter settlement agreement.
And I will second it for discussion. Wanted to add just a little bit to it, to your point, Councilor Woods. And I think we're all pretty infuriated over this whole situation, but the fact that we've got our arms around it now, we're moving forward, and we really owe a debt of gratitude to the Jacksonville ICS team that came in. They're the ones that really caught on to this and realized that things were going the wrong direction. And Cindy Davis, who came in, and she was worked really well with our staff to help train them to understand exactly what had to be put in place and how it had to be put in place. And to say she was firm would be an understatement. She went, yep, she was a good fit for the right time, but the town owes that ICS team a really big debt of gratitude because they worked very hard for us and caught a lot of things that could have made this far, far worse. So with that, we got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously.
I'll move resolution 24-54, vetter budget appropriation amended.
And I'll second. Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Mayor Allers. Any further discussion?
Just, could
Yes,
we
sir.
clarify just once again, either Andy or Becky, I know all money is fungible, but there's an intent to have this offset. You want
Yes,
to discuss that?
It's 225,000 for this settlement, and it will be, the money that's allocated for it is the $250,000 we just received on the Prasad settlement.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we're going to start our public hearings.
This was on the,
land use requests for the benefit of the public. Please be aware that these items are quasi judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Okay, zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances are all quasi judicial in nature, which requires our public hearing to comply with procedural requirements established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and follow basic standards of due process requiring certain notices, application of the correct standards and decisions made on competent, substantial evidence presented to the town council in written documents or oral testimony. The town council will evaluate the testimony and information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the land development code or state law as may be applicable has been satisfied. Pure speculation or mere opinion not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by the town council in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area is considered competent evidence by the Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, etc., or testimony based on personal information. If you intend to speak, please keep this in mind. When you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency, before beginning any of the public hearings, I need to dispose of a few matters. Town clerk, were all agenda items properly advertised pursuant to the Land Development Code if required?
Yes, they were.
At this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose this for the record at this time so that we can assure that we will have a quorum present for review of the items.
Scott?
No.
Karen?
No.
I do not have any. Yeah.
Do not have a conflict of interest.
John?
None.
Okay. At this time, if there is anyone present, including the applicant, property owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony in any of the hearings today, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, all parties have been sworn.
All right, this item, this is me. You want me to take this? All right. Variance 202-30162, 21391 Widgeon Terrace, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying variance VAR 202-30162, two variances from LDC Table 34-3 to decrease required side yard setback by 2.18 feet from the required 10 feet and to decrease required water body setback by 14.39 feet from the required 25 feet in the RC zoning district for the property located at 21391 Widgeon Terrace, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, and entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. John?
Got invited to attend the look over the site, but I was not able to at that time. Have received emails from Himmelstein and placed it in Moore's.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
I have received correspondence for both the applicant and the remonstrators. On Saturday, I went and visited the location, spent time with both the applicant and the neighbor who's remonstrating, toured the property extensively and heard both sides' positions.
And I did same exact thing as the Vice Mayor, except I was on Friday.
Same exact thing on Saturday.
Same exact thing with Placededs Friday and with the Himmelsteins on Saturday. I visited both properties.
Okay. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? They're nodding their head yes. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good morning, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Todd Placed, owner of 21391 Widgeon Terrace, is requesting a variance from Table 34-3 and 34-638 D3C3 of the LDC for the construction of an elevated pool and screen enclosure. The applicant is requesting a variance of 2.18 feet from the 10-foot side setback required for this 108-foot wide property for a side setback of 7.8 feet. The property abuts an unseawalled water body, which requires a 25-foot rear setback from the mean high water line for any structure. The proposed pool location would require a variance of 10.6 feet for a rear setback distance of 14.4 feet from mean high water on this 58-foot deep lot. All structures must meet the same setback as the primary residence on non-seawalled water lots, and this is an elevated pool which was required to meet the primary residence setback also. This property is zoned RC and is toward the end of a street in the relatively unique Widgeon Terrace neighborhood. Widgeon Terrace properties include a large portion of the right-of-way within the individual lots and tend to be less deep than the code requirements due to the narrow peninsula which makes up the neighborhood. Many homes and pools in the neighborhood appear to be non-conforming in regard to setbacks. The depth of the lot and the right-of-way easement along the front portion of the property significantly impact the ability to construct a pool on this property without a reduction in the required water body setback. The existing home on the lot has a side setback of 24.5 feet. The applicant is requesting the proposed pool meet the side setback requirement that was in place on the lot prior to the code amendment requiring side setbacks of 15% of the lot width. The code that was in place when they began design of the pool. Due to several concerns regarding changes to the staff report and clarifying that the request was for an elevated pool, and due to neighbor concerns regarding the notice, the town council was asked that the case be reheard by the LPA. Since that hearing, the applicant has provided a landscape plan and staff included an additional condition that would require the installation of landscaping to buffer the elevated pool from the neighbor. The LPA heard the case on February 13th and recommended approval on a 5-2 vote. I am available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Okay, questions for Sarah?
Yes, sir. Sarah, just a kind of a general question. If I remember correctly, when this first came through, the staff did not recommend approval. And then when it was submitted again, it seemed like even a larger proposal, then the staff granted approval. I'm just curious as to what your process was as you went through all that.
So some of the staff reports are not written by myself, although I present them. When I reviewed the staff report, I edited the staff report, but then when I reviewed and went through the actual process and looked at the lots, I didn't think that the recommendation was correct. I felt like that it was not really possible to design a pool that would not require setback variances, especially considering the lot is only 58 foot deep. So when it went to the LPA, it had a staff report that recommended approval, but at that hearing and also the morning of the, two points. At the hearing, when I presented, I stated that I was recommending approval, despite the fact that the staff report had recommended denial, and I explained why. But also at the meeting that morning, I recognized that that may be an elevated pool that they were proposing, and the staff had not asked about that. So I spoke with the applicant that morning and asked them before the LPA hearing if they were proposing an elevated pool. They said that they were. So during the meeting for my presentation, I stated that it was an elevated pool and that staff was actually recommending approval based on the criteria of the variances. So between the LPA and the town council, the staff report did change. And then when it went to you, the town council, the first time, it was being recommended for approval. And all the changes had been made to the staff report, including that it was an elevated pool. And you said that you would prefer that it go back to the LPA to be heard with the staff report corrected with the information that you had in front of you.
John?
I guess I just want to see if I can get an answer to an email I received from Mr. Himmelstein that the application is not correct.
Oftentimes, we don't actually make someone go back and correct the application. We have them send us an email that explains what they're actually doing if there is a change. The application was not necessarily incorrect. They were still going to have to ask for the variances, whether it was an elevated pool or not, because of the way the code is set up for those water body lots. So a non-seawalled water body lot requires that any accessory structure meet the same setbacks as the principal structure.
There's also, I'm sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, a seawalled lot would not have that same requirement. So an elevated pool on a seawalled lot would have a more stringent setback requirement, but an elevated pool on a non-seawalled lot has the same criteria as an elevated pool. Does that make sense?
At this point, probably not, but that's just me because of what I'm going through personally. Could you also address his contention that there were only 2 variances when he believes there are 4 required?
I'm not sure why he believes there are 4.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Sarah, just an additional question, and I certainly want to give the applicant a chance to address this. But I'm curious from staff's perspective as you watched the LPA hearing, and I watched it as well, and I thought I heard, and if I've mischaracterized this incorrectly, please forgive me, but I'm just trying to understand from staff's perspective how you view this issue. So when the applicant was, the attorney for the applicant was asked, why don't you just do an in-ground pool as kind of a middle ground compromise? It was explained that doing an in-ground pool would violate or it would exceed the formula for impervious land on the property. And then when asked if an above ground pool is also considered impervious, they said yes. But then I guess my question is, why wouldn't the above ground pool also violate the need for a certain amount of pervious land versus impervious, that calculation? How do you view that issue? And are they fine with an above ground pool, but not an in-ground pool? And I mean, how do you wrestle with that?
Staff would not view those differently in regard to pervious versus impervious unless they were providing some stormwater structure that was not something that I'm familiar with. Typically a building or concrete on the ground is going to be considered impervious. The applicant has provided, in this past week, sent a survey that they had done to ensure that they can meet the impervious surface coverage. I'm not sure on what the difference would be between an at-grade versus an elevated pool. Staff would not typically view those differently.
That was going to be my question. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilor Woodson?
I'm just waiting to hear all sides of it. I mean, I was out there, I listened to both sides, I've read through, I've listened to the LPA, so I'm just going to take it all in for right now.
Scott?
No, I'm good. As I told everyone, I actually was on the LPA when this came, and I'm going through this with an open mind, doing it with no bias, and there may be a little bit different things presented, so I'm going to look at all angles and do the best I can.
Sarah, in watching the LPA meeting, there was some talk about, one of the members was saying that it was a pool, then it was an elevated pool, and then there was a cage. Has the application changed from the beginning as far as the cage and being elevated? Has that been amended along the process, or has it been the same all the way through?
No, typically staff does not require that they update their application. Typically, if we have questions about it, we go back and forth with the applicant via email. If something has to be resubmitted because it's very unclear, we'll ask for that. But staff understood what they were doing. They clarified what they were proposing. So staff understands what it is that they're proposing, and everything should be correct in the staff report and in the resolution. We did not ask that they updated their application. It wasn't that it was incorrect as much as it just didn't include all of the details that we would want to know that they were proposing an elevated pool. We would want to know that they are proposing a screen enclosure. We understand that now. We've amended the staff report. We've amended our documents. We did not require that they amended their application, and we typically don't require that of an applicant.
So based on what you just said, your recommendation wouldn't change based on the fact that there's a cage or it's elevated. You've known about it since the beginning.
Since the morning of the LPA hearing, the first LPA
meeting.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sarah and or Becky, I'm built into this evaluation process is the concept of whether something is de minimis or not. I'm curious as to how you define that, and or Becky, and when advice to us as we look to see whether something is considered de minimis or not. What's your definition, and what's the legal definition?
So in the first question is where it talks about de minimis. It says there are not exceptional or extraordinary conditions or circumstances that are inherent to the property in question, or that the request is not for a de minimis variance under circumstances or conditions where rigid compliance is not essential to protect public policy. So there are actually three components to that question: exceptional or extraordinary conditions, circumstances that are inherent to the property, or that the request is de minimis. In this instance, we did consider that this is an exceptional or extraordinary condition on the property due to the depth of the lot, the fact that the right-of-way is right there, the fact that they had been, their original plan that they were looking to do was during a time when we were changing ordinances. So we considered that what they were requesting was fairly de minimis. It was more than that original setback request for the side property line, and that it was in line with the existing house for the rear. So in this instance, we were really more looking at the extraordinary or exceptional circumstances, but I don't know that there's necessarily a very good way to determine de minimis. It's a very subjective question.
And I'll turn to you, Becky. As with all of your years of experience as an attorney, how do you advise counsel to define that term de minimis?
It is extremely subjective, and it's done on a case by case basis. And it's one of these things, you know it when you see it. If it is not de minimis, it is substantial. So, depending upon what you are used to looking at, if something is pretty darn close to being, the way it's supposed to be, then it's de minimis. If something is substantially different, then it wouldn't be.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Sarah? Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Applicant?
Good morning, Robert Barant, attorney for the record.
Good morning.
Why don't you state your name for the record?
My name's Todd Plaisted, the applicant.
And I'm Kelly Moore.
Let me just give you a couple of clarifying issues. We started talking about this pool in 2021 when the variance was only the setback was only 7.5 feet. At that time, we met with staff. I want to say we met with staff probably twice. We had the plans, we had the pool contractor with us, and we sat down for, I'd say, probably an hour. And so there was no doubt it was an elevated pool back in 2021. Probably my bad for not putting that in the application, because I'm the guy that prepared the application and I'll fall on that sword. But I assumed that everybody knew it was an elevated pool based on my contact with staff. That was my mistake. But there is no difference between an elevated pool and under the ordinances that I'm aware of. An elevated pool has the same requirements as a non-elevated pool. So there's nothing really that has to be disclosed about it. I guess you'd say a pool's a pool. The other issue is I'm the guy that brought up the issue about the impervious ground because my neighbor down at the north end of the island is getting beat up by the town because he put a paver driveway in. They made him tear out 2 sections of his driveway and build these huge culverts because of the impervious versus non-impervious ground. So that had me concerned when I heard the neighbor mention, well, just put the pool on the ground level. Well, yeah, you could probably do that. There's probably, by the calculation that we've done, you could probably do that. But if you did that, you'd have no room to paver around the pool. So that's where the issue comes in, and that has to be a separate calculation. Honestly, we've not done that calculation. We don't want to do that calculation. They do not want a ground level pool for various reasons. One is they've already had the water come off the back bay twice since Ian, so they don't want to be worried about having water intrusion into the pool. Second of all, they want the pool area to be up by their living area. So when you come out of their kitchen and living room, you come out onto the pool deck, which means the pool deck doesn't have to be as big as it would have to be if it was on the ground level, because you're just going to have maybe a 5-6 foot pathway. I don't know what it is around the pool. They also want it so they can come out of their house and use the pool. They don't want to have to go up and down the stairs to get food or beverages or whatever they're going to do, use the facilities, because you can't have anything on ground level. So they wanted this elevated pool to extend out to the as part of their house. I spoke to the neighbors right after the LPA meeting. I thought we had a pretty good conversation. I understand their position. They have a garage apartment next door that has 2 decks, but the decks kind of veer out. One deck goes over the back bay and the other deck goes over the front area. This is a very unique street. If you've been down it, you know that there's water on both sides of the street. And you noticed if you were driving down the street that most of the houses have a 7.5 setback. I mean, they're right on top of each other, which is common for Fort Myers Beach. I mean, this property is very valuable. People don't buy 10 acres and build a house on it, or 2 acres. You basically take what you can get. So all the houses are on top of each other, 7.5, 7.5. You go down the street to their house. The house is a perfect fit for this pool. Right now, they're looking at the side of the neighbor's house. So they see the side. If they sit on this porch, they got to look this way to see the side of the neighbor's house. They're looking into the neighbor's house right now because that's where his living area and his kitchen is. If you put the pool in and you put the screen enclosure and the vegetation, you're having the same view. There's nothing blocked, but now you're looking at vegetation and a screen enclosure, which to me is much more aesthetically pleasing to the eye than just looking at the back of somebody's house. They're not blocking off anything, any views of the back bay, which, by the way, there's no right to view. I mean, in Florida, people build all over the place. I've seen people buy a condo here on the beach and then have a new condo put up right in front of it. There's nothing you can do about that. That's just the way it is in Florida. You buy knowing that something could happen. So they're not trying to block anything. And I know you've all been out there, so I'm not going to bore you. I'm going to let the applicant present their case because I think they do it much better than I do.
Before you walk away, I just got a quick question for you. When I met with you guys and we were talking about it, you'd said that the pool was someone else's design. When you mentioned you had talked to staff before I guess my question is, was the pool design that you were looking at and talking at the staff, was it once they took ownership of the house or before they took ownership of the house?
I believe they had the ownership of the house, but the pool design, I think, was done before they bought the house, but I'm not positive.
So your conversations with staff were with the design after they were the owners of the house? Okay.
After they were the owners of the house. At least that's the best of my recollection.
Okay.
So it might have been 2022. I'm not sure, but I know they were the owners.
Okay.
Yeah. Because they were there with me when we talked to staff.
Okay. Go ahead.
my trapper keeper doesn't get help figure it out here. Whew. Now I got the giggles, I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Kelly Moore. Todd and I reside at 21391 Widgeon Terrace. As thankful as we are for this opportunity to talk to you today about our pool and asking for the variance to be granted to our family, I wholeheartedly, on behalf of our family, apologize how much time this has taken up on your agenda. After sitting here for the last 2 hours and listening to the huge issues on this island, I just feel like this is just so little compared to the big things that you are trying to solve. And this town is so blessed and lucky to have passionate people, not only on this committee, but on the other committees that I have started to become kind of a groupie online and watch everybody. It's very interesting, intriguing, but time consuming. And you have to be a very special person to take this spot. So with that said,
Yep. Nope. we're good.
by the way, I won't be using every page in that booklet, so I didn't mean to intimidate you. I am a former school teacher, so the first time we saw you, we didn't have anything, so I thought best to be prepared and didn't know who was actually going to come out to the land and who wasn't, and it gives people that are out there in TV land a chance to see too. Todd considers himself part Minnesotan and part Floridian, as he's been back and forth since the 70s to his family's condo in Bonita Springs, which he has shared throughout the years with his 3 siblings. As a couple, Todd and I fell in love with the town of Fort Myers Beach. So in 2021, we purchased our dream home on Widgeon Terrace, also known as Flamingo Harbor. It's a small HOA in a private gated area on the south end of Fort Myers Beach. Right there on that slide, you can see a little red star. That's the location of our home, and the white arrows show Robert's property with 4 buildings, 2 docks, a boathouse, and 7+ observation decks. Our HOA is located on a narrow peninsula, which includes 14 homes close in proximity with each other, with inconsistent property lines, non-conforming setbacks, varying house layouts with pool areas, and native trees creating natural border lines between each of the homes. 12 out of 14 of the homes in the HOA have pools. In May of 2021, that is when we purchased our home with an elevated blueprint pool plan given to us by the prior owners. We hired a pool company. We hired Robert Brandt as our attorney to assist us with the legalities of obtaining a variance, as this is our very first pool and wanted to make sure we did it right and needed his help with the applications. And then we shared our pool blueprint plan with both of our neighbors. There's 2 things that we didn't foresee in 2021 after purchasing our home. A, our pool company would have a very difficult time getting materials in for our proposed pool due to the COVID-related delays. And B, one neighbor would be very excited for us and one would not. Approximately 3 months after we purchased our home and shared our blueprints with both of our neighbors, Robert sent us an email in August of 2021 stating he was not in favor of a proposed pool plan, but was thrilled to have us as neighbors. He also stated his specialty over 30 years was in spatial design for interior and exteriors, adding, "We would be shocked and disappointed with how we utilized the space shown on the blueprint on our property." Todd has also owned his business for over 30 years in Minnesota, specializing in outdoor living areas. His creative vision for our Widgeon Terrace home, including adding window sliding doors that open up from our kitchen dining area out to our small existing deck, would extend our living area from inside to outside. Todd's ability to visualize how to make something so beautiful and complementary of our existing living areas is truly amazing. In 2022, Hurricane Ian directly hit Fort Myers Beach.
In 2023, we tried to move forward with our pool area plans with the town, but our land property survey had expired. So we had another delay and paid for another one to be completed so we can move forward. I think it's also important again to share that the setbacks have been changed twice since we started this process. Today, it's a 10-foot side yard setback. When we started this process, it was a 7.5-foot side yard setback. With a team of experts and professionals through this whole experience, we have hired Florida licensed contractors, submitted permits as required, and followed due process with every protocol and procedure required by the town of Fort Myers Beach. The first time we met with the LPA committee on Tuesday, December 19th, they voted unanimously in a 7-0 vote in favor of us to move on to the city council. We met with you, the city council, on Monday, January 8th, and we were asked to go back in front of the LPA for these 3 reasons. After our first LPA meeting and before we had our first meeting with you, the city council, Todd noticed the pool screen enclosure was not on the application, reached out to Sarah immediately, and we thought, this is what we thought, a setback was a setback, whether it was a pool or a pool with a screen enclosure. This was our mistake. It's our first pool. We had no clue. But as a result, we went back to the LPA requesting to add that screen and enclosure to our application. Number 2, Robert never showed up at the LPA meeting we had that day. So we thought he actually had a change of heart over the years as our neighbor, since we'd all been through so much together and we pulled together as an HOA, helping each other out. To our surprise, he showed up to the city council meeting on that day with his rental property manager, Judy, both clearly upset and sharing numerous opinions and concerns. We were stunned and caught off guard by some of their comments and accusations. Robert stated he had never received a notification of the LPA meeting, but Sarah found that on record, that it was sent out on the 8th of December. But the attorney for the town acknowledged that those public meeting notices are sent out to neighbors as a courtesy, not a requirement, but regardless, it was agreed upon that Robert should have the opportunity to speak to the LPA committee members about his concerns. And number 3, lastly, the city council suggested we meet with Robert and Steph prior to our second LPA meeting. So we did. We met with Robert 3 times, with Steph joining us on the last visit. Prior to our meeting and walkabout with Robert and Steph, Todd placed story poles in the proposed areas to show them where the pool would be located so we could give them further clarification to issues that were either unclear or confusing to them. We listened to their concerns, we answered all of their questions, and we walked around our property and even walked up to their guest house, not guest house, sorry, their living area, and onto their bayside deck and onto their Gulf side deck. And that was outside of their living quarters above that garage. But the Himmelsteins and Todd and I, we openly shared what we were both willing to compromise and what we were both not willing to compromise, and went so far as to say why. Following those meetings, more correspondence took place through our attorneys. And of course, we made our second appearance in front of the LPA committee members. For those that don't know out there, that it was a 5-2 vote of approval. Madam Chair, Anita was a yes, Jane was a yes, Don was a yes, James was a yes, Scott was a yes, Patrick was a no, Douglas was a no. And I think it's good to address the no's and why, so we can find out whether we will get this granted. So addressing Patrick's no's, Patrick inquired whether the elevated pool with pool decking was pervious or impervious, further inquiring whether in-ground pools and elevated pools are both impervious. Decking is pervious, as it obviously allows water to pass through it, but both in-ground and elevated pools are both impervious. Noting with our proposed improvements, we are below the 67% requirement of the town of Fort Myers Beach. If we did locate the pool on the ground, we would need to pour additional concrete for a deck on that lower level versus utilizing our existing deck. And partially because it's our carport. We have 3 carports down there, so it's next to our Sea-Doos and our truck and our Jeep. Patrick wanted to confirm if Robert was correct when he stated we did not meet our impervious service coverage. He also asked whether Robert's easement through our driveway was included. The calculations, and I did put that in your little packet on the side, is from Land Tech, and total impervious is 63.24. Robert does have a 15-foot easement across our 20-foot driveway. And yes, that easement was included in the calculations, including the proposed improvements. Sarah also informed us this issue of impervious surface coverage would be addressed if we were to proceed on to permitting. But to put the issue to rest, we wanted to share that we do indeed meet that requirement. Patrick then addressed Robert's concern about emergency access, stating, and he stated back, it is not the Himmelstein's or the Playsted's responsibility to worry about vehicles turning around on our properties. I looked it up too legally, and that's exactly what it says. They know what they're doing. Patrick was concerned about the rear setback of our pool area being too close to the water. In actuality, our proposed pool area is no closer to the water than our existing home. Patrick said we would obstruct the Himmelstein's view from one out of two of their garage deck areas. But for clarification, he was referring to the bayside view that's near the driveway, not the Gulf side view deck. Robert's property is at the end of the peninsula, so we're his only neighbor. With water surrounding his property on 3 different sides, without a doubt, he has the best views in the HOA. Patrick was talking about a very small area on a humongous property. The garage with their living area above was strategically built, angled to enjoy both sides of the water. It's actually angled, the whole house is, or that garage is. Patrick stated he was not happy with us because he felt we mischaracterized our application, because we stated that the only thing they have next door to where our proposed pool deck will be located as storage and garbage. In our defense, the Himmelsteins are not in Florida very often, so in our opinion, so we responded from what we have personally observed ourselves. Also, we've never been invited to see what was above their 2-vehicle garage until after the city council meeting. So I didn't even know what was up there. We have never seen them on their garage decks until after Robert showed up at the city council meeting. Now we see him up there all the time. On our rental website, or on their rental website, it actually states it's a 2-vehicle garage with personal storage. So that's where we got the information. It's right there, never stating it's a living quarters or an apartment the owners stay in, whether there's renters there or not. We don't rent, so we're not familiar with that. We're not against renting at all, but it's just something we just don't know a lot about. They refer to that ground level side garage door as their garbage door to us. And they do store their garbage outside and inside of that 2-vehicle garage right next to the proposed pool area. We absolutely want you to know we don't mind and have never, ever complained about it. But we did answer the questions honestly on the application. We felt absolutely terrible and bad that he thought that we were mischaracterizing it. We invited the whole city council to come over to our house. We want to be transparent. And it was also an opportunity to share our beautiful property, house, our vision, and our blueprints. Robert gave Patrick a pool plan, and he was concerned about the part labeled outdoor kitchen. We already grill on our existing deck, so of course we plan to grill in our proposed pool area. There's no change there. We actually plan to pass the food through a slider window from our kitchen to the outdoor grill area with a counter to serve snacks and food. It's not, I want to be clear, it's not a fancy, crazy, elaborate outdoor kitchen that you would see like on Food Network station. So when it says outdoor kitchen, that's, I guess, a little misleading. Patrick addressed our next door neighbor who has an elevated pool as well. Yes, they have an elevated pool. No, we don't have a problem with it. Each of the homes are different, and trying to compare each of our homes in this HOA would be extremely misleading to say we're all the same. We're not. Besides, our next door neighbor with the elevated pool does not block our view at all, even though their pool deck area is 4 feet taller than our deck, and it sticks out closer to, or it's closer to the Gulf, the water side of our house. So they are closer to it. Water line stuff, I guess. Our neighbor's elevated pool is 12 feet tall with no landscape screening. Our elevated pool would be 8.5 feet tall, but we plan to add mature trees on our border for privacy using landscape screening. The only reason we haven't done it thus far is we really thought we wanted a pool. We thought we were going to have a pool. Didn't realize this is what it was going to be about, but we had always planned to do that because our windows are exposed. So if you getting coffee in the morning, for example, you can't really wear your pajamas or a robe on because they can see right through, right there across. So LPA member Doug, Doug's final statement was, I tend to agree with Patrick, and that was it. Madam Chair Anita voted yes. She said, what bothers me is we are only talking about a tiny portion of Robert's land, the garage apartment, not his entire piece of property with spectacular views all around. She went on to state, I do not like the idea of elevated pools. In fact, I ran for council in 2014 because of elevated pools. However, in this particular neighborhood, it doesn't impact anyone. To be more specific, she added, I don't like elevated pools on a stairwell, for example, next to Junkanoo's. I don't have a problem with the elevated pool the places are proposing to build. Then Madam Chair addressed Patrick's opinion that our application and presentation was not laid out properly and how he said we were mischaracterizing our application. She said, I disagree with you, Patrick. Then Council Member Don Sudeth also seconds his opinion. And then she continued on stating that what we presented was consistent with regulations. Vice Chair Jane voted yes, adding that she votes yes with conditions of landscape screening. Jane stated the Himmelsteins advertised their living quarters areas of their property on tripowervacationrentals.com. The area above the garage is separate from the main house and is for personal storage. She went on in black and white. I have read it. If the place says didn't put in a pool and chose to put up landscaping 15 feet up in the air, the places have the right to privacy on their own property, and their neighbors do not have the right to view through their property. She continued on stating cement blocks for elevated pool would be the cement block for the elevated pool would be the same exact level and height as both the Himmelstein and Plaisted decks. The proposed elevated pool itself doesn't have any height or structure. Therefore, the Himmelsteins would be able to see through only if we don't have landscape that high. Not only that, but their pool is going to be forward, their pool will not be forward of their property. Just trying to get exact words, she said, adding, there is 60 feet between the Plaisted's main home and Robert's main home. LPA member Don Sudeth voted yes. Don and his wife were actually the prior owners of 21391 Widgeon Terrace, our home, for 5 years. Don is still friends with Robert Himmelstein. He stated the other next door neighbor who has the elevated pool does have a pool that goes past our home. However, from his experience when he lived there, he testified he could see over their pool from our walkway deck windows on that side of the house, and that is true. He also noted that the Himmelstein property line has a hedge that is approximately the same height as our proposed pool height. So they will be able to see over a proposed pool, stating that the top of Robert's hedge is the same height as the bottom of Robert's deck, 8.5 feet high. Don confirmed that he had sat on the garage decks above with Robert together. He said never once did the two of them ever turn their chairs to face our house when sitting outside on Robert's Gulf side deck. Don testified that the Gulf side deck did not impede the Himmelstein's view, as I stated before. He continued to state the other deck was angled toward the driveway, which is the bayside view where the sun rises. One corner of the bayside deck looks into our kitchen and dining area. Don suggested that small part might be partially blocked if we were to have a screened-in pool enclosure. LPA member Jim voted yes. Jim stated that the town of Fort Myers Beach doesn't typically regulate residential landscaping as confirmed by our HOA letter that we received. Owners can put barrier type landscaping screening up, which could affect the view from Robert and Steph's front driveway bayside deck above the garage. He also stated he lives next door to a neighbor who has an elevated pool with eurekas that are taller than the pool and the pool cage. Our neighbors have those too. So he knows landscaping can provide adequate screening and privacy for both of us, as it has for his neighbor and his family. He also noted there were no impervious surface calculations on our application, but Sarah informed him that we had not turned in anything yet because we weren't required to at that point. A former LPA member, Scott, voted yes, and no comments were issued on the final thoughts. Todd and I and our children frequent our Fort Myers Beach home approximately every 2 to 3 weeks off season, and we winter here. From what we have experienced since 2021 is Robert's handyman, Jeff, his contractors, and his renters frequent the house more than Robert and his family. We do not rent our home. It's a home, not a rental house. But we want to personally thank those of you on the city council board who are able to take time out of your busy schedule to firsthand see and walk our property, viewing it for your own eyes. And we're glad to hear that your past hip surgery, Todd had back surgery within a month, so we understand, but make sure you behave yourself. We know how incredibly blessed we are to call this our home. We hope you will grant our variances. And the biggest takeaway that we've had from this process is making sure we have proper documentation, to ask people to come out and see it for themselves, to have all the stamps and certifications. And also, we know that landscaping will provide privacy and enjoyment for both of our families. And that's the end goal, is that we can find happiness in all of this in this beautiful place that we call home. At this time, we are open to discussion and to answer any questions you might have.
Quick question for you.
Okay.
Who's Bob Carlin?
Oh, sorry. Bob Carlin is our HOA president. He was the president when we first reached out to him as an email, and he continues to be the HOA president.
Okay, so he states that per our association docs, the only construction requiring formal approval is new home construction.
Correct.
So that said you're clear to proceed. The other question I have, just to make sure I heard it correctly, you said on this survey here that the 15-foot easement with the pavers in there is included in your impervious calculations?
It is.
And it would be anyway, wouldn't it, Sarah, if it was, okay. So that's already been figured into this 63%?
Correct.
Okay. Questions for the applicant? John?
None.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
I was wondering if you have I know you're giving us kind of the abbreviated packet, but do you have all the slides in your PowerPoint?
You know where that blue paper comes into play? I have all of them up through page 30.
You have page
One?
13?
Which one?
Can you go to page 13?
I sure can. There you go.
Really, thank you. Just more of a legal question in terms of the parameters and what can be appropriately considered. Becky, if you take a look at that, I don't know if you could see it behind you, but I'm sorry.
I'm
Oh, you
looking
got
at
one
it.
over here. Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously you've got a situation where you have, I don't know if this is all one property, but you've got them, they're living in 4. It's all one property. They're living in 4 and they're renting out 1, 2, and 3, or I don't know if that's all together for a rental. I guess my question is, and they have obviously every right to rent out part of their home. I guess my question is, and then in this PowerPoint, they show the various decks on 2, 3, and 1 that obviously if they're not living there, they can't utilize. The renter can utilize them, but they can't live there. In other words, are we allowed to consider what they might be able to see if they chose not to rent the home that abuts the property they're actually living on? Is that germane to the case? I guess is my point. Are the various views from the rental property next door that they don't live in, that they own but don't live in, is that germane to this conversation?
It honestly, that is a subjective thing. You can, or you don't need to. What y'all look at what y'all think is important, is based on your experience, your life experiences. Y'all were elected because you're the representatives of the people of the town. So if you think
Yeah, I'm just
that
trying to
it's
get,
important,
no, and I appreciate the
yeah,
flexibility that you're giving us.
There's no legal,
Yeah,
you
because
know,
just
one
in
way or
case
the
this were
other.
to go to court, and this is obviously now part of the official record, I just wanted to get a legal ruling as to whether that's germane or not. And it sounds like that's a bit subjective. That was my question.
It is. You could think that it's important, or you could think that it's
All right.
not.
Thank you. That was my question.
Okay.
We just want to pull. I don't.
Counselor Whitson?
I understand. I understand. Just trying to understand the parameters of what we are allowed and not allowed to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is a very thorough presentation. I appreciate that. And I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you.
Scott?
I do not.
The one other question I have, just to make sure that I'm clear, you've got the jagged deck, right, in the back. The deck doesn't go all the way out. There's one that goes out further on the very back of the
Oh,
house, right?
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's.
So
yeah.
the pool is going to be, it's the setback, according to what I'm seeing, is going to be to that first deck, not the second one that goes out.
Yep.
Okay.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, when we talked about this on Saturday, I'm still wrestling with the compromise opportunity here. And if you could just state for the record, your concerns about an in-ground pool versus an above-ground pool, and why an in-ground pool would not be practical.
Well, I think you're all out at the house and you can tell that we don't have any living quarters in the bottom. You know, there are some of our neighbors that have a in-ground pool, but they have living quarters downstairs and they can kind of utilize the deck and everything to see that. For our in-ground pool, if we were to do that, ours is more of a garage and more industrial area down there. We'd have to pour concrete. We'd be adding more impervious surface around to get a deck down there. We are trying to create an extension of our living area, you know, be able to walk out to the grill and back into the kitchen, that type of thing. And so utilizing the decks that are already in place, we don't have to add anything else. The pool butts up to it. And then we're able to use that area, if you will, as the pool deck. And then the view, obviously, from the pool area, you know, we can see over the mangroves. If we were down below, we're in the mangroves and have a 6-foot mangrove blocking the view.
And you can't get a permit to trim those mangroves. Is that correct?
We can go to 6 feet.
6 feet.
Yep.
Yeah, I just wonder because the whole island obviously is having to elevate their properties now, and they'll all be in the same situation that you're in, and that they'll have to go down if they decide to have a pool, or if their pool's in ground, they're going to have to go down steps to utilize their pool. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, that seems to be a trend for the island.
I think most of those people can design their homes around that with staircases and everything. We have to pull the staircase out, so we'd have to go out and around, you know, in order to drop the pool right there, because that staircase would have to be removed. I forgot my train of thought here, but yeah, I just think the enjoyment of it, you know, and I appreciate that he said, well, this is my, compromise. You can have it on the ground, but with a 10-foot cage on top. And well, would just be I don't think he would do it, you know, so I don't see that as much of a compromise. I just don't see that would even be complimentary to the house. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Todd, before you go off real quick, was there ever, you said there's no living quarters. Was there living quarters down there before the storm? It didn't look like it when I was there. It
No,
didn't look
it's
like
just
there
a
was ever anything.
carport with
It was
on the
always
other
a
side of the garage. Yeah.
And in the spirit of compromise, I know I'd talked to you about it in talking with your neighbors. They had shared some concerns with, you know, obviously what we all know, but also with the waterfall and with the fire things being on that side close to the landscaping. Is that something I know you said this wasn't your design, it was someone else's, but is that something, should this get approved, you'd be willing to look at to be as best neighbor as you could?
Yeah. You know, that's the fire bowls that were in the first plan that we shared with you, and I think it's somewhere in the packet here. Those aren't available anymore. Those are just an LED light type thing. The waterfall, I mean, a lot of the Florida pools have like little waterfalls, a little feature to kind of give that soothing.
Only
we-
16 inches.
Yeah. So we actually we were not going to have fire in there. I mean, we actually looked out last night, and in their pool area, they've got a huge fire in there. So, I mean, you can see it right from our window. I don't know. It's not.
Could be a giant.
All right. I appreciate, you answered my question.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Actually, I do have one question now that I think about it. So in the packet, it shows different landscaping. But and maybe I am not remembering this correctly, but I thought you said that you had thought to change out some of those trees and bushes and do more eureka palms for immediate coverage and that type of thing. But I don't see that
Well,
in that landscape design.
I think as one of our conditions, we have to submit a landscape plan to the city, which we have an idea. But I also told Robert that if, at one time we were talking about bamboo when we first here, and he said, no, that's very invasive. Okay, it's good to know. We've talked about other things, and we'd love to, be able to share with him what we're doing so that, we both have to look at it. So eurekas are widely used. If you page through those up and down our street, darn near every single one of them has eureka walls there right next to their pools. Same exact thing we're trying to do. So
And we just put together that landscaping thing because to talk about is one thing, but to actually see that you know what I mean? It's not going to impede on their privacy or whatever noise or whatever. Just wanted to show what it looked like by day and by night. So that's very flexible. We just wanted to address something that somebody came up with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, real quick, Sarah, a question for you. Is there any stipulation as far as height when it comes to landscaping or landscape buffers?
I don't believe so. We had looked at something along those lines regarding setbacks and solid landscaping walls when we were looking at fences several years back. I can double check, but I feel like we may not have adopted those.
Okay. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment? We're going to open up public comment. So are there any members of the public that wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. And I believe we have several of them. So if everyone would please be cognizant of the 3 minutes. There's a lot of people that want to speak. So when you hear Madam Clerk's buzzer go off, that's your alert that your 3 minutes is up. Who's
First up is Sarah Spector. After Ms. Spector is Stephen Schalls.
Good morning.
Morning.
Excuse me, I'm losing
Is
my
it still
voice.
morning? No, we're still morning.
Yes. Before I begin, may I please approach?
So you want to pull that mic? Yeah.
Yeah, just hold off on Sarah. Just gives us.
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Spector, and I'm here on behalf of Himmelstein Associates LLC, the owners of 21381 Widgeon Terrace, immediately adjacent to the property that is the subject of the variance request. While the applicant has shared with you the request they would like to make, it is not the request they made. Rather, there are several deficiencies and inaccuracies in the request that render it insufficient for purposes of approval. Those deficiencies and inaccuracies listed on page 2 of the presentation before you can be summarized as follows. 1, the application does not disclose that there are, in fact, restrictions against the property. Number 2, the condominium plat created access to the properties via a roadway easement. Had this roadway been taken into account, the applicant would also need a front setback variance. 3, the request does not include any reference to the pool being raised and screened with a cage, nor does it mention any amenities other than the pool. Number 4, no relief is being sought from section 34-1176, so only an at-grade pool can be approved. Number 5, though the Applicant has indicated that they would not have needed a side setback variance if they had constructed the pool when they originally purchased the home. The side setback was set at 10 feet 3 months before they purchased their property. Number 6, this was before you previously and was sent back to the LPA to, among other reasons, allow for discussion with the neighbor to see if a compromise could be reached. Though we have reached out both directly and through counsel, the applicant has been unwilling to compromise. In addition to the deficiencies and inaccuracies, the request does not meet 3 of the 5 variance criteria. Number 1, the request is not a de minimis request. The definition of de minimis that's found in your code is found on page 4 of the presentation, and pictures demonstrating the failure to meet this are found in pages 5 through 7. In short, the pool, which will only be the second raised pool in the neighborhood and the first raised pool with a cage, will consume the remainder of the applicant's property. 2, the request is not the minimum that can be made, and it will certainly create an unreasonable burden on the adjacent property. A smaller at-grade pool with no cage is certainly an option. As mentioned previously, my clients have offered several of these alternatives, none of which the applicant has been receptive to. 3, the granting of the variance will be injurious to the neighborhood and detrimental to the public welfare. Pictures on previous slides and those found on page 10 demonstrate how narrow the access to the property is and how the addition of the pool will close off the last spot provided for vehicle turnaround. The road is so narrow that the mailboxes for the last 3 homes have been clustered before it narrows, so the postal carrier does not have to maneuver in the tight space. With the addition of the pool, the postal carrier will not be the only vehicle having difficulty. Most importantly, it will be nearly impossible for emergency vehicles to enter and exit these properties. Given the deficiencies in the application, the fact that the request does not meet 3 of the 5 variance criteria, we respectfully request that the council not approve the variance before you today. Yes.
All right.
Can I make one additional comment? Thank you.
absolutely.
I just wanted to comment. I know a lot of my comments were focused on the deficiencies in the application. I'm not sure if the application is not required to be updated, how the public is supposed to know what the request is. The only way that I found out that it was raised was by looking at the pool permit, and nothing showed that. I could not find anything that showed the cage when looking at the permit application. So I just wanted to add that on there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah.
Stephen Shawls, and following Mr. Shawls is Scott Simmons.
Good morning. Steve Shawless. I'm a professional surveyor. I have a couple handouts here. One, I'm sure you have them.
Stephen, can you just pull the mic up so we can hear you a little better?
Sorry about that. You have copies of both the survey and the site plans? A couple things I'd like to go over.
I've got the survey for sure.
Okay.
And
I've got what I believe is the site plan that was handed out.
it's a good point. Are you going to be testifying as an expert? If so, you need to go through the process.
Not sworn in.
I am for Lee County.
We just have to recognize him as an expert.
Well, you need to present your, and then they'll vote.
My qualification.
Oh, yeah, got to be up at the mic, please. Thanks.
Florida professional surveyor number, license number 6419. State of Florida. I've lived in Lee County since 1988. Worked on the beach for a lot of years. Whatever qualifications should I have?
Okay, then the motion would be to qualify him as an expert surveyor, correct?
Is there a motion to accept Mr. Shawls as an expert surveyor?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Go ahead, sir.
Super. Thank you very much.
Now you can start the clock.
A couple things. This parcel, as according to the survey, is in flood zone VE12. Velocity is zone 12. And we know what we do with main structures is we elevate them on piers or piles or breakaway walls for flooding events. A raised pool would create resistance for floodwaters and waves the same way a house would do, right? So I think, raising the pool with solid block walls would cause an issue with scouring and flooding, just like the event that we just had, right? That's what happened when we looked. And we saw what happened when the floodwaters come in, they're going to find an avenue to go around, and they scour around the side. So a raised pool could cause problems that way. Another issue is the safety issue on this parcel. There's not
Excuse
a
me.
lot of room. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. You were deemed an expert surveyor. You're testifying, it sounds like, as an engineer. Are you?
How about this? The parcel is in a velocity zone 12, VE 12. Okay, that I can attest to, right? And the reason why we have building requirements for flood zones is to prevent destruction to the structure and the areas around that.
But I think what Becky's trying to get at is you're an expert surveyor, but are you an expert builder? Do you
I am
build
not.
pools for a
I
living?
am not. What I can
think
say
that's
is
what
that
you're
it's a
trying to get at.
VE12,
And-
right?
Yes,
You can say
yes.
the parcel's in a VE12. Also, as far as the survey goes, I'm not exactly sure that the area calculation of the property was correct, was done appropriately. And because I have a copy of the subdivision plat here, right? And if we look at the survey states in one area that one of the property corners lies out in the water, okay? What'll be the southeast corner. Shows here the property corner lies in the water.
Does he
But
have
the,
copies of that, Mayor? Does he have copies of that for you guys, what he's talking about?
I need one, please. Yeah.
Nobody has that.
okay, it's on the site plan also, but I have copies of the survey here if you guys want, if I can hand that out.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got this.
Is what you handed out different, sir?
Copies of?
What
Yeah,
handed
it's
out
the- it's the
that's
same.
different? Oh, it's the same?
To me, it looks exactly the same. I don't see any difference.
Okay, then I've got this, so I'm good.
Okay.
I was just thinking he had some different.
But we need a copy for the record.
Oh,
also.
sure. Survey or site plan, or both? They should have been in the application, actually. All right.
This just looks like a smaller version of that.
Got it.
Oh, there are different though.
Little
See,
bit,
This
yeah.
one is here. And this is that pool going all the way across where this shows pool and deck.
If you have an extra copy, survey. Thank you.
I have this.
Yes.
So the platted lot does not appear the same as what's on the survey. And I get here because I have a question on what the total area of the lot was calculated on. The plat defines unit M1 as running closely along the top of bank, not the edge of water. Mean high water is the condominium subdivision property line. The parcel property line appears on the plat to run along the top of bank of the development, not the mean high water. The surveys don't show the limited common element between the developed area or the top of bank and the mean high water. Plat's here. Not sure how to show it. There's no cameras here, but I can pass it around if you want. Very simply.
Well, it's going to be difficult to, if you can explain it, we're not going to be able to hear your commentary when you're.
So like I said, this survey shows the property line to be out on the edge of water. That is not the way the plat subdivided the lot. There was actually a portion of property that's homeowners association property, a limited common element between the property line and the mean high water. That's not shown on the survey this way. My question is, how did they come up with the square footage of the parcel to use their impervious area calculation? It does not appear that the property on the survey is shown per the plat.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay. Would anybody like to see this? So it's a graphically shown on the subdivision plat itself.
Yeah, you can pass it around. You see any objection with that?
No, he needs to leave it here then.
Sure. Yeah, come on. I just need to see it. I don't need it. Yeah, thanks. Yep. Mhm. No, we can't. No, we can't.
He can just
Everybody's gotta hear it.
leave the paper.
Yeah.
You want me to call the next one?
Yes, please.
Okay, next up is Scott Simmons, and after Mr.
Thank you.
Simmons is Judy Avia.
Good afternoon, Scott.
Good morning. My name is
Afternoon now.
Scott Simmons. I am an appraiser. I also oversee all of the residential work at Maxwell, Hendry and Simmons. I don't know if you're going to ask the same questions, but I am qualified as an expert witness in the 20th Judicial Circuit regarding real property valuation, as well as other municipalities throughout the country. I want to say, first of all, I'm also honored to be with y'all here this morning. This is the first of these meetings since Hurricane Ian that I've been present for, and I'm really honored to be here with y'all. I was first contacted by Mr. Robert Himmelstein a few weeks ago regarding the proposed improvements to the property at 21391 Widgeon Terrace. He wanted to engage with us to complete a value impact study to document any potential damages to his property as a result of this proposed construction. I informed him that a value impact study would require substantially more time than he had requested. Oftentimes these things take 2 to 5 months to complete, and obviously within a few weeks, developing complete conclusions would not be possible. However, I did agree to come here and kind of share some of our preliminary analysis based on our work with similar type projects, as well as my personal inspection of the property and looking through the plans that he provided. Much of our consulting work and some of our valuation assignments involves studying issues of value impact and forensic valuation for the purpose of determining diminution. I've also served as an expert witness, as I previously mentioned, regarding these issues. These issues are always heavily nuanced, and there are many variables that influence the impact to a property in terms of value and marketability that have to be considered when dealing with any kind of infringement, whether it be setbacks or other. After I have reviewed these documents and visited the property, I have little doubt that there would be some value impact, adverse value impact to both the market value as well as the marketability of the property. These impacts would be the result of altered view corridors, as well as privacy and or light and noise disturbance. There would also potentially be some level of issue regarding property access. But again, that's more along the lines of legal disputes. I want to say clearly, I am an expert in the value and marketability impacts. I do not have any intention to reach a conclusion on disputed issues regarding the law or any kind of regulations as it pertains to Fort Myers Beach. I would say that regarding view corridors, our firm has conducted a number of impact studies regarding that issue. While these studies indicate a range of anywhere from 1.5% to 20%, I'm sorry.
Finish up.
Anywhere from 1.5% to 20%. View corridors are most similar from jobs that we have done would be between 4 and 8% of the total property value. Similarly, regarding the issue of light and noise disturbance, we have recently completed an assignment of a similar situation that indicated a 3.4% decrease in the total market value of the property. In that situation, I would note that that was a far less intrusive infringement. I would simply conclude by saying, in my opinion, professional opinion, there would be some impact to the marketability and the market value of the property as a result of these improvements.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up is Judy Hadia. After Judy is Stephen Immelstein.
Hello, Judy.
Hello. If I can get this down here. Judy Hadia, 400 Bayland Road, and I own Tri-Power Vacation Rentals. And I do have a handout.
Why don't you hand it to Frankie?
Yeah.
Do you mind, Frankie? And then you can continue on.
And we
And
can just hand them down. They take
So it was pointed out that there are 12 swimming pools on the street and one is elevated. I just want to say this about the elevated pool, that it's on the water side. It's not at the side of the house or, you know, between the neighbors. So there is a difference. The other thing is, and I don't exactly remember the exact footage, but I understand an elevated pool can be elevated for 4 or 4.5 feet. Might be 4.5 feet. And I don't think it was pointed out how much this pool will be elevated, but I understand it will be elevated for 8.5 feet, which makes quite a bit of difference. The other thing is that they will have a cage that goes up to the top of the house. That this was not pointed out either. So what you have here is an elevated pool, a cage that goes at the top of the house. You have a fountain. You have a spa, hot tub, an outdoor kitchen, and it's elevated because they really don't want to go downstairs to the pool. And they find it inconvenient to make that area into a ground level pool. So, you know, this makes it, you know, the whole elevation and the pool, it becomes a structure, not just a pool on the ground. It's a structure, and it is quite invasive for the neighbors. So, you know, it might be, 2.18 feet that they're coming, that they want the variance on the side, but that's a lot. It's a lot when you have an elevated pool that's 8.5 feet, and then you have a structure that goes to the top of your house, and you've got a fountain, a kitchen, a spa, and everything else. And it goes out to the water, intruding, what was that, 15 point something feet. So it really blocks a view. There's going to be noise. You can't tell me that they're having this pool, putting all this money into this pool, and then they're not going to be using it. It'll be used intently. And really, it seems so it's built for entertainment. So I think it'll be quite intrusive. And the other thing is that if you have a variance, if you're going to give a variance toward a neighbor, if that neighbor objects, you got to listen to that, because that variance is intruding, and those setbacks are for a reason. So
Right.
I guess that's it.
thank you, Judy.
I heard the buzzer.
After Mr. Himmelstein will be Jeff Walker.
Can I pass this out real quick?
Hand it to Frankie. He'll hand them out.
This goes with my speech. You kind of have to follow along a little bit.
Identify yourself, please.
My name is Stefan Himmelstein. I'm Robert and Stephanie's son. I'm taking over our business's operations in New Jersey, allowing my dad to move down here and become a full-time resident and open our business, which was washed out by Hurricane Ian. We got our CO 5 days before the storm. I'm here today because I'm really, really concerned about this application and how it affects my family's property. I want to talk today about the staff report, and we have questions about how and why it changed. I have 2 packets for each of you. The first packet is the staff report from the LPA hearing on December 19th with the staff recommendation of denial. The second report The second packet is the report from the town council hearing on January 8th with staff recommendation of approval. Please note that each packet is shaded and redlined to show the words that differ between the reports. To give some context, Sarah Propp said at the LPA hearing on December 19th that after she re-reviewed the staff report, she would like to change the staff position to a recommendation of approval for the water body setback variance request. She said the depth of the lot and the right-of-way easement along the front portion of the property significantly impact the ability to construct a pool on the property without a reduction in the required water body setback. This statement did not address the side variance request, and because the right-of-way easement is on the opposite side of the property from the required water body setback, we would understand reducing the water body setback if the pool was on the back of the house. This is on the side. We don't understand how a re-review of the staff report could have changed the staff's position from recommending a denial to recommending an approval. Please flip to page 3 of the staff report from the December 19th LPA hearing, which recommends denial. The shaded area states that there are no extraordinary conditions and the variance is not de minimis. We heard earlier that the idea of de minimis is subjective. Later, you'll see that that changed. It says the applicant has a choice to construct a smaller pool. It also says the request is a result of applicant actions taken by the applicant. That third thing that I handed out shows you that the setbacks were 10 feet before the applicant approached the city about the pool. It also says the request is a result of actions taken by the applicant, and once again says the applicant could reduce the size of the pool to meet the variance requests. This is not the minimum possible request. It says that directly in the staff report. Finally, the report says the circumstances leading to the variance are a result of a design choice and subjective in nature. We could not agree more. The applicant is trying to put a very large addition, a 500 square foot addition with a 3-story screen cage on top in an area they do not have the space, hence why they need the variances. Now, let me please bring your attention to the staff report from the January 8th council meeting. Please flip to page 2 of the document. You will see the only 2 changes where now the report mentions the pool is elevated and there is a screen enclosure. Very little changed, except those 2 are the only changes made. Please flip the page to the findings from the January 8th packet. Note the shaded sections and how all of the findings have now changed. The report says that there are extraordinary conditions and the variance is de minimis. How can this be the case? Before it wasn't, but now the pool is elevated and has a screen cage, it is considered de minimis? It says the right-of-way within the property makes the depth of the lot fairly restrictive. The applicant is building right up to, possibly even past the right-of-way within the property by covering our driveway post. We don't see how this applies. I'll finish up real quick. The new staff report also says the applicant began the design when the setbacks were 7.5 feet. This is not the case. Furthermore, findings under B and C are now drastically different from the first staff report, now claiming that this is in fact the minimum variance. Before it was not, and before it did not have a screen cage, or was it elevated? Finally, staff report claims it will not be injurious to the neighborhood, which we entirely disagree with. It will injure our property's entrance, as well as make the applicants unable to turn a car around in their own property, which you'll hear about later. We would greatly appreciate answers as to why the staff's recommendation changed, as well as all of the findings in the staff report. The way we see it is that the applicants were originally asking for something smaller. Staff recommended denial. Then the pool became raised with a screen cage. They were asking for more, and now they recommend approval.
All right, Steve, I
Answers will
need
be
you to
greatly
finish up.
appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Jeff Walker, and after Mr. Walker is Donna Pellegrini Alderman.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Walker. We got some handouts coming for you. I'm here to explain the impact of the pool and how it's going to affect the traffic pattern, parking and so forth in that area. Right now, you can see a picture where they have to use our property to turn around with a trailer, and using the area where their pool is going to be constructed is going to greatly affect how vehicles, construction vehicles, their visitors are going to be able to move. They're going to want to use our property to be able to turn around and go back out. Parking is also an issue. Whereas, they have construction vehicles, they're going to have guests, other people parking there. At times, Todd has had his boat parked there, which greatly restricts access to the property. If there was an emergency vehicle, a fire truck that needed to get to that property, it would really significantly hurt that property. Trying to get there to rescue somebody, that's going to be a extreme big issue. Now, having that pool there just makes that so much worse than it was. That's what I'm looking at. That's what my concern is right now. The other page I have is another previous owner's attest to the, what the problem has been with that narrow street anyhow. This is just going to make that street, worse, where we have to bring our cars. Any other questions for me?
We don't ask any questions, but appreciate it, Jeff.
All right, thank you. Right.
Okay, Donna Pellegrini, Alderman, and after Miss Alderman is Stephanie Himmelstein.
Good morning. First of all, thank you all for all that you've done to rebuild our island. I have been, and my family, a resident of this island on the south end for more than 40 years. We've known the Himmelsteins for all of that time. My parents were friends with theirs. I've known Robert and gotten to know his children. I think, first of all, this situation is sad and unfortunate from a personal perspective. And I think it's unfair to a family who are doing the best they can to help rebuild this island. Robert has bought a parcel of land mid-island, setting up a business here. His son will be taking over the business in New Jersey, and they plan on becoming full-time residents as his parents remain today. They're good people, and they have good hearts, and they are respectful. From a personal perspective, this request seems selfish, disrespectful of both their neighbors, and also, more importantly, from my perspective, our island and the setbacks and laws that we have in place. If we give permission, I do turtles, I am environmental. I think there are setbacks for a reason. I think setbacks are there, was initially 10 feet, was cut back to 7 feet. That end of Widgeon is so narrow. You need those mangroves. You need that water protection. I think it's greedy, and it's not environmentally smart for our island to make these kind of concessions. This would be something that people would look at and say, well, I'd like a concession too. I just also think from a community responsibility perspective, it feels irresponsible for those same reasons, cutting off emergency access and also taking care of our island. And that particular peninsula is very fragile. We've been through enough damage. I think we've got bigger issues to do than make concessions for personal preference. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Donna.
Stephanie Himmelstein. After Stephanie is Larry Himmelstein.
Good afternoon. Can't tell you the last time I spoke like this, but I'll do my best. I have it written down and I know it's 3 minutes, so I will try to go quickly. I'm the owner of 21381 Widgeon Terrace. I'm very upset, and that's the reason why I'm speaking about this issue, because I feel that we were portrayed as bad neighbors and that we just didn't want our neighbors, especially for the TV people that she called them, to have a pool, and that is very far from the truth. I feel like we've been put in this situation because we really didn't have a choice. I know this is also, I want to thank all of you for taking this amount of time on this subject. The applicants and their attorney have stated numerous times that they have worked with us and they will continue to do so, and that is simply not true. We received the postcard 2 days before the last town council hearing. We have the postcard with us that was with the postal stamp on it of the postal service's delay on that. We have had to play catch up, and it seems, like I said, that we're being portrayed as just not caring. We had no idea that this addition was going forward. The only correspondence, like Kelly had said, that we had back in 2021 was when they sent us an email, and Robert right then and there said he could not support this addition. At the last town council, we were asked to try to come up with a compromise. The applicant still had not discussed anything with us. There may have been a question or two that Kelly alluded to in the passings of the driveway. So I had said to Robert, I really think that we should ask them to talk, and we did, and that is how that one conversation happened before the last LPA. We tried to ask questions, as so much information has been lacking, and we were very confused about what was happening. We received some answers, but the applicants were very unwilling to work with us. When we tried to ask about other alternatives, they were not interested. It seems they simply wanted to put their pool where they wanted it, and that's that. They want an elevated pool twice as long as the standard pool with an 11-foot waterfall, a sun deck. She said it's 16 inches of waterfall, but it expands 11 feet in the drawing. A sun deck, an outdoor kitchen, which she had mentioned she already has there is a deck about 2 foot wide that she has a barbecue on. That is not an outdoor kitchen, with a 3-story screen enclosure above all of that. All of these amenities falling partially in the side yard setback area. They want to build a 487 square foot entertainment area to extend their inside of their home, which she had mentioned earlier, in the small area between our homes. And they're not interested in considering other areas of their property, which we have since received information stating that this is indeed possible. They did mention 2 potential compromises that she also did say at the time of the meeting that we had, the one meeting that we had together. The first one being a landscape plan, which I guess the LPA had also asked for that, to cover up the concrete wall facing our property. We raised an issue with some of these plants because they, right in the description, say that they are very destructive and that they cause bad allergies and respiratory problems. The root systems are very destructive. I would also like to add that is still in their plans. The second compromise that they offered was to cantilever the end of their deck where their outdoor kitchen would be, that they're asking for, where it meets our roadway. This would still be an eyesore and impeding on the entrance of our home. I would like to add, neither of these compromises were things we asked for. At this time, it seems to us that the applicant is unwilling to work with us, and so we ask that you deny these requests for variances today. We hope that they will take the time to work with the HOA, which has not done so far, as well as ourselves, to come up to a middle ground that everyone is in agreement with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Larry Himmelstein, and following Larry is Dorothy Himmelstein.
Hello, sir.
Oh, punchy. Hey, old age. I'm Robert's father. I knew I would wander more than 3 minutes, so I prepared a script. My wife and I have been on this island since 1973 and purchased our property in 1977. Enjoy spending 6 months a year here in Fort Myers Beach. We're excited for our son to join us as a permanent resident when he gets the approval he's needed. And the addition that we're talking about today greatly affects the home where he will reside. I don't understand how it could be considered to be de minimis. And additionally, you have to consider that the property that the applicants purchased never had a pool. And of course, there's a reason for why that is the case. I know Robert and his family want to be good neighbors. They want the applicants to enjoy their home and have no issue with them having a pool. The problem is the applicants are asking for the world and unwilling to compromise. The pool is in fact less than half of the addition. For these reasons, as well as the other arguments made here today, I ask each of you to vote to deny these variance requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Dorothy Himmelstein, and after Dorothy is Robert Himmelstein.
Hello, I'm Dorothy Himmelstein. I'm Robert's mom. It's hard to put words of what this island means to our family. We started coming here in 73 and bought property in 1977. Stephanie's family has also been coming to the island for a long time and lived on Widgeon Terrace for 10 years. My son is now becoming a full-time resident because his youngest child is graduating high school later this year. He is moving down to open a furniture store, which is our business in New Jersey. He was heartbroken by Hurricane Ian and is committed to helping further the rebuild. He has provided furniture to condos and restaurants at special prices and gives Charles Brothers free rent after they had issues with their landlord after the storm. I'm so excited for my son to come down and help to rebuild. But this has caused him a lot of heartache, and I ask that you put an end to it today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Himmelstein. I'm sorry, I've been mispronouncing it the whole time. After Robert will be Stephen Brockman.
This is my original postcard. December 30th.
I haven't seen it. You can. Robert, give them to them so you can, they could pass them out for you. You can talk at the same time.
Are they all the same?
These are some pictures that an architect actually drew for us. The pictures basically show before and after of what this pool and addition would be. So this gives you a really good idea of what it is. I'm asking to deny the application today because basically, if you look at the Community Development Department application, they said they did not check off there are no deed restrictions or covenants on the subject property, and there are. This is part of Flamingo Harbor. It requires approval from the board. I've tried to work with Todd. I actually just reached out to him. I sent him an email again back on February 16th, asking him to do some renderings of what he wanted to do. And he never responded. So I actually hired an architect myself to draw his plans on his subject property so I could see what it looks like. And now that you can see what it looks like. So you can see it's massive. What he's asking for is a 39-foot long pool. It's bigger than anybody else's pool, and it's got lots of amenities, and it's huge. It's 30 feet high, and you can see it does block my view, and it does obviously block the drive. It comes in front of my driveway post. But the second document I handed you was from Carl Benji. Carl Benji said from day one, August 11th of 21, that it was a 10-foot requirement for a raised pool. I showed that to Sarah Props, and Sarah's Props answer to me was, sometimes Carl just didn't know what he was doing. I have since verified with my planner, and my planner has verified that it was, that they weren't, that you saw earlier. I also gave you a DEP approval notice from Brian Snyder, which says that Todd can change the location of his pool on this existing property now that he does have a DEP approval. I gave you the original email back from August 19th of 21 to Todd telling him I couldn't support it. I gave you a copy of the February 16th, 24 email. And I also have an email even from Mr. Brantz that says it does appear that it may be possible doing an in-ground pool, but it may require jumping through some different hoops. But my client has already spent a lot of time and money on this project and doesn't want an in-ground pool. So the last two things are from our president, Bob Carlin. This was his personal view. I was trying not to involve the HOA initially. And basically he said that, the variances that should be given should be like for like replacements after storm damage, not new projects, something like this. And the last document is from Jack Clark, that this is as of yesterday. The HOA has not seen any proposal or pool addition to basically approve anything. So there we go. Last thing I wanted to just say is Mr. Irrelevant in the NFL. We were the last people to get our CO, I believe, on the island for our store that got washed away. So I really appreciate the conversations earlier today. I just want to say how much I appreciate Mayor Allers coming out, Vice Mayor coming out, Councilor Woodson coming out, Councilor Safford coming out, and I think, not to shoot from my hip, but I think Councilor King was on his recovery bed responding to my emails. So again, the leadership here is just outstanding. I mean, we're small business. We're looking forward to being here. And when I tell you, the leadership here is just remarkable. And the time you guys gave us, thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Robert.
Stephen Brockman, excuse me, Stephen Brockman.
You got water right there. Get some water.
I need a copy of the last two pictures.
Hello, sir.
Good morning. I am Stephen Brockman. I'm a professional engineer in the state of Florida, 46063. I've been a professional structural and civil engineer for, I hate to admit it, 40 years now. So,
You should go ahead. If he's going to be testifying, you need to vote to qualify him.
Okay, is there a motion to qualify Mr. Brockman?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. Go ahead, sir.
okay, more than a statement, I just have a question on this. What is the elevation of the top of the pool planned to be?
Oh,
Top
he's
of the
not
deck?
Yeah.
Okay. The lowest structure member on any structure in a VE zone is to be 1 foot above base flood elevation. That would require the bottom of this pool to be 13 foot. So if it's a 4 foot deep pool, we're talking 17 feet. Has that, and I would just like you to consider that height is not going to be even with the top of the pool. It's not going to be at the elevation of the finished floor on the first level. So when this goes through flood review, two things that I've heard this morning that'll be kicked back. If it's sitting on solid walls in a VE zone, it cannot be sitting on solid walls. They have to be friable, blowout walls. It can sit on piles, on pile caps, but the lowest structure for that pile cap has to be at base 13 foot.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in public comment on this case? Yes. Seeing none, I will close public comment. Are there any additional comments or rebuttal or closing statements from the applicant? Yes, sir.
All right. I listened to a lot of the comments and I appreciate the people coming here and making comments. Unfortunately, most of them aren't relevant to the issues at hand. My clients aren't responsible or obligated to put a turnaround in for traffic at the end of their property. That's private property. They could put a rope up just like the neighbor did. He's got a rope across his driveway. If my client puts an in-ground pool in that same space, vehicles aren't going to be able to turn around in that space either. So to say that my client, we shouldn't approve this because they're just going to lose a turnaround, that's not relevant, and it shouldn't be considered by you. What's relevant is whether or not it's de minimis. You saw the picture. Can you put the picture up again of where the pool's going? There is no other place on this property to put a swimming pool. This is the only available area. Not to mention it's the most convenient because the doors are right there on the side of the house. There's no way that the government's going to let them put a pool in the back of the house. And by the way, that's his garage apartment. So this is de minimis. He doesn't want that. You heard him say it over and over again. They do not want a ground level pool. It's inconvenient, it's unsightly, and it's subject to flooding. They're not blocking anything. The view is right there. I listened to the surveyor who didn't make any sense to me, but maybe you could follow him. It reminded me of Professor Irwin Corey. He was talking this way and talking that way. But he gave no solid opinion. He said this looks like it might be different. It looks like it might be over. And what I heard him say was even worse was that there may be some common ground that they don't own outside on that water, if I heard him correctly, which means that that's going to even screw up his setbacks back there even worse if he were to put a pool behind the house. So this is the most de minimis request you could possibly make. A lot of hired guns, a lot of people saying, a lot of friends, family, we don't want this, but that's not competent evidence. That's just opinion evidence and probably persuaded by the fact that this is his son.
can't speculate that there's going to be noise out there, and you can't speculate that somebody's going to get, I mean, we live on the beach. Noise is a primary problem. We've all recognized that. There's noise ordinances, though, to fight that. So you shouldn't deny somebody something because there's a potential because of noise or it's in the viewing quarters. You can see that, where's the picture? It shows the house, the downside, where the pool's going. I heard somebody say that this was going to be quite intrusive to the neighbors. I don't know what neighbor they could be talking about other than to the neighbor to the north, and that's his garage. His main house is over to the side. So I don't know how that's going to be quite intrusive to the neighbor, but in response to some of the questions about trying to fool whomever, we never hid the fact that this was a raised pool. It was always discussed. It was discussed with staff over and over again. So nobody was hiding anything or trying to hide anything. I heard somebody talking about traffic patterns. I don't know what that has to do with anything. This is a residential neighborhood. It's a street. Yeah, traffic is a mess on that street. There's only one way in and one way out. These people are at the very end. I don't know how that's going to affect traffic patterns. The HOA did approve this, so we have the approval of the HOA. I heard somebody say that they purchased the property with no pool. Well, they purchased the property with no pool, but with plans to build the pool. And just because you don't have a house with something doesn't mean you can't add it. I mean, people had elevators, they had wheelchair ramps, they had a lot of things to their houses. So I appreciate all of those comments, but none of them were of any way relevant. And I don't know what the engineer was talking about, but we do know that if you approve this, this is only step one. It then has to go to permitting. And permitting will address the construction of it. Permitting will address the whether or not it's the height of the whatever they have to do. They'll do whatever the permitting process is. They'll complete it. So all they're asking for is 2 feet on the one side, which is pretty common in that neighborhood. And I think 10 feet in the back, which I haven't heard anybody complaining about the rear setback. But all of the construction stuff will be eliminated at the permitting process. So I don't know if they want to say anything else, but, oh, and by the way, I spent 30 minutes or more with them after the LPA meeting. I invited them to try and compromise, to tell me what you need, maybe more landscaping, this landscaping. And they promised they would. And then I get an email back that basically says, put an in-ground pool in. That was their compromise. And we said all along, my clients are interested in an in-ground pool. So come up with something different. Maybe we pay to move your garage apartment. I don't know, but, or turn it another way. But that was the compromise they came up with. And according to my clients, that's not acceptable. Thank you.
I think everything's been covered. Obviously, when we first started, I think there was a lot of questions that you guys were concerned about. Is there anything else that maybe have popped up here that warrants some answers?
No, I think not for me. I think we've covered it between all the
Okay,
hearings.
I don't want to
today.
drag it on any longer
No,
talking
no,
about it unless you have something else that concerns you. So,
not for you guys. No.
okay, thank you.
Actually, anybody
I
else?
just
have
wanted to say thank you. That's all I have to say. So mine's very short.
Sarah, do you mind coming back up just for a quick second? And it came up and it came up again about the application. And you testified that staff is aware of what they were going to build, despite what the application may or may not have said. Is that a fair statement?
Prior to the LPA hearing, I personally was not aware of what they were going to be building. I'm sure that they did meet with staff initially. However, I wasn't involved in those initial meetings, and that information wasn't relayed to me. And I don't believe that the reviewer was aware of that. But they, upon speaking with them, they weren't attempting to subvert the process. They weren't trying to hide anything. I think that they thought we knew And it was a different group of people who they spoke with initially. Regarding the request, I think that we have the appropriate request. Everybody has brought up this elevated pool issue. So let me just, do you mind if I cover that real
No,
quick?
please do.
Okay, so 341174 D1D requires elevated pools to have the same side setback. Wait, does it D1D? It requires the same side setback as the primary structure. And I believe that that's because of the non-seawalled water body. And then 34638 D3B requires the 25-foot setback for all structures for a non-seawalled water body. And so there are sections of code that talk about an elevated pool, and there are sections of code that talk about a non-seawalled water body lot. This is both of those. It's an elevated pool and a non-seawalled water body. Therefore, we ask for the setback from the principal structure setback found in table 34-3. So we asked for the principal structure setback. We didn't ask for a variance from the requirement that a non-seawalled water body accessory structure doesn't have to meet the same setback as the principal structure. We didn't ask for that an elevated pool didn't have to meet the same setback. We asked for the setback of the principal structure, a variance from that. Does that make sense?
For the most part.
Okay.
Yeah. The other question I had is that there was a question brought up about the elevation, and I know that's probably not, you're not the floodplain manager, but, and I know it'll be, what happens if this was to be approved and then through the permitting process, they found that that height or that elevation would have to be 3 feet, 4 feet, 5 feet higher to meet the requirement? Would that then, how would that work? And I don't know, I don't think anybody has seen what the height would be or what the elevations are, or, you know, is the current level where they want to build the house, is that already meet the VE requirements, or?
That has not been reviewed. However, we don't have a condition in here that they're required to build it to a certain elevation. It is just a variance for an elevated pool and screen enclosure. We don't have a specified height in here. So in my opinion, the way it's currently written and the request that you have in front of you is for an elevated pool and a screen enclosure. So it doesn't have anything to do, it's not touching the flood code requirements or height of the structure. It's just saying they're asking for this, so you're approving this. If they needed to elevate it further in order to meet the flood code requirements, that would happen during that portion of the process, unless you wanted to put a condition in here that it could only be a certain elevation height. That would be an option for you. I don't know that it's beneficial, but it would be an option. In that instance, when they got to the building permit portion, if it failed flood review, they would have to come back before you again.
Any other questions for Sarah? All right.
I guess I just have one clarification. So when people go through this and they get to that point of flood elevation, I mean, that's pretty standard procedure, correct? And then if there's something that has to be changed, then you deal with it at that time?
Yes. Yeah. Because the only thing it's going to change is how they design the structure. It's not going to change where it's located on the lot.
Okay.
All right. Any questions for either side? If not, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion. I'll start with you, Scott.
Well, you know, going out and visiting and speaking with the neighbors, there's a big question about, you know, do they need a few more setbacks? And I haven't heard evidence that was needed. And my big thing as well, when I went out there and looked at the, you know, pervious impervious aspect of it, it seemed to me that it might be a challenge, but I didn't hear evidence to support that their calculation is not correct. I am a little concerned about the VE portion of it and how high it's going to be, but that's like a curveball thrown right at the last second. I'm not really, I mean, if we're just giving a setback and that's all we're doing, and it's worked out down the road, then, I'm okay with it. But, it's something we have to talk about. But those were my big issues. And I just don't see, and there was also the question of, because it's elevated, doesn't need a different setback. And Sarah explained that they did not. So those were my three big issues on this. And I don't think I think everything's fine. I'm just worried about, what we're going to do with it being a VE zone. That was never brought up anywhere except for today, and how, Mr. Brockman's testimony or his public comment that, they might have a 2-foot deep pool at the end, or it's going to be higher. I mean, but is that a question we have to contend with now?
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to get out of Sarah is if this was to be approved and it's found later, they would have to come back before the council, wouldn't they? To Scott's question.
The only reason, the way it's currently written, the only reason that they would need to come back to you is if they were proposing a pool that had different setbacks than what was already proposed, because we don't have a condition regarding the height of the pool. I do believe they had said that the pool deck was going to be 8 feet above grade.
But we don't know what
So,
that elevation
yeah,
is.
I mean, but knowing where the sea level is, that may be approximately right. The way that the resolution is currently written, though, they wouldn't have to come back to change the elevation of the pool. They would only have to come back if they were changing the setbacks.
Unless a condition was put in that if it had to go higher than what was proposed, then you could have them come back.
Yes, if you felt that that was appropriate, we could add that condition.
Okay. Councilor Woodson?
I mean, talking about adding this condition, to me, it's all, that would be covered in floodplain and through the process. So I don't see, because what we're looking at here is basically setback deviations. We're not looking at planning or floodplain or anything like that. So I don't think there's a need to put that condition in because I think it will be addressed when they get to that point. When this came through to us the first time, I had specifically asked the question, where exactly was that pool going to be? And I had thought it was going to go out the back from the first time through. That was answered the first time through. When I went out to see it, I can see that that is probably, not probably, pretty much the only place a pool could go. So I think for all practical purposes, I've had my questions answered throughout this process, so I'm good.
I think just if I understand it correctly, the discussion over the height would be, if this was approved, it would be approved at the setbacks, but that doesn't mean if that has to go up 4 feet, that they couldn't elevate under the current approval, they couldn't elevate 4 feet above, not that you probably would, but that they could by right then elevate the pool 4 extra feet if that's what they had to do to meet the elevation, because there's no restriction saying that you can't go up higher than what has been discussed today. So I think you understand what I'm saying? So, the discussion about, where it is and everything, if it's approved the way it is, they could theoretically go higher if it had to go higher by flood elevation requirements. But I don't know that as much as I can't speak for them, but personally, as much as I wouldn't want to walk down the stairs, I don't know that I want to walk up the stairs to get to my pool either. But it's just, that was the reason I was asking about yeah, right. Okay, Vice Mayor Holt.
Well, I'm going to go up about 10,000 feet on this one because I'm having a hard time making a determination as to how this is de minimis. I think this is a substantial change. They're asking for a variance here. A variance is in essence something they need a variance because they're not in harmony or agreement with our code. And so to me, the burden is on the applicant. And since Hurricane Ian, I think this council and our LPO has bent over backwards to try to help people who've been impacted adversely by the hurricane. This is not hurricane related. They also bought the home without a pool. And they knew that, and they have every opportunity to have a pool, but they don't necessarily have a right to a pool, particularly with respect to the variances. And in those situations, as the attorney said, it is subjective. And to me, and in the way I've always handled these things since I've been on the council, if you want something that's substantial and it's pushing the border in terms of, or the boundaries of de minimis or not, to me it seems like, are you in harmony with your neighbors or not? And I know that can be challenging, but again, it's the applicant who's asking for the special consideration. And I think they have an obligation to be in harmony with their neighbors. The applicants seem like lovely people. They invited me into their homes on Saturday, seemed like well-meaning, and I wish them well. But I cannot find a way to see how this is de minimis, given all that we've heard about the proposal. And so I'm having a hard time supporting it on those grounds.
Councilor King?
I don't have anything that I need to share.
Okay. Well, you guys have shared a lot of my concerns on both sides. And, these are always difficult, as I told these guys when I met them. You got neighbors, and it's never easy for a town to get involved in things. But, our job is to sit up here and look at what our staff has presented us and hear what everybody has said. And I go back to your point, Vice Mayor Holt, with the de minimis. I think I disagree with you to a certain aspect, that to Karen's point, walking the property and seeing the property, I don't know how, without mitigating a lot of mangroves back there, that you're going to get a pool in the back that wouldn't have to be underneath the deck. And I also thought about, and I asked the question, well, that's why I asked the question about the landscape buffer. I mean, could they plant 30-foot trees there and completely block the view entirely by right? Could they do that? So if it's a view issue, I mean, if they could do that even without having a pool. I was concerned with some of the things you saw, the two plats that were different, or the plat versus the survey. The 15-foot thing, that was important for me to see, because at the time when I met with them, I wasn't able to see it with the neighbor where it was. But the fact that those calculations, and I'm with you, Scott, I don't have any reason to not agree with a professional surveyor that gave us the numbers, and all that would get worked out. It's not an easy decision. Personally for me either way, because I think they both are very well intended. I think that they both have very good points. But in this case, I think I would have to agree with our staff that they have met the requirements that are needed for us to approve this. So with that, is there a motion
So moved.
to do what?
Oh, sorry. I'm just like,
That's pretty good.
you like that?
See, I'm not the
I
only
don't
one.
even have my, sorry. I will make a motion to approve variance number 202-230-162, 21391 Widgeon Terrace Pool. With any conditions that were initially brought into our consideration with this.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Discussion. I got a couple things. For me, I think it would be important to have that height requirement in if it comes back under the VE that it has to go higher. Not that we all want to do this all over again, but if for some reason it comes back that the height that is being proposed is not the height that it has to be per code, that they have to come back before us. I think that would be something fair. So that, not that I think anybody would elevate their pool higher than where they walk out of their front door, but it's possible. So I would be in favor of adding that. And another condition, and I did speak with the applicants about this, whether or not they're aboard with it or not, I don't know. But, working in construction for a long time, when you have tight quarters like that, very tight spaces, usually the builder or the developer will require people to stage off-site and then bring in their crews so that they're not hampering their neighbors. Sometimes you have to come in, with a truck to drop things off, but then they're required to go to a different area and be vanned in, if you will, so that they're not having cars parked out in front of their. And I think that would be something that would be important to add, just to help alleviate some of the impact on the neighbors while this is being done.
What about the seasonability? I mean, that's a rental property, generate a lot of income, and you're going to inconvenience the renters there. Is there a way? Have we done conditions where the construction has to be in off season, or is that just asking way too much?
I mean, I don't know that. I think whether it's season or not season, I guess to me it's more important to the homeowners that live there or the renters that they have living there to impact their ability to come and go every day.
Yeah, it's probably the most important thing. I mean, there's going to be construction noise on this island for the next 8 years. So.
Yeah, I mean, and I can tell you, being on the receiving end and having to climb in the van with all your tools, it is not a fun thing to do, and contractors do not like it. But it's understandable why you have to do it, or you'd never be able to move anywhere with all the cars that'd be around. So, I would support it with those two conditions if you're willing to amend your motion.
I'll amend my motion.
Got
I would suggest you do it.
Okay. And I also heard some concerns regarding the landscaping plan that was proposed. Right now, the condition says the landscaping plan attached as exhibit, whatever. You may want to say that there is an ability to change the landscaping plan to something that's agreeable to both neighbors,
Yes,
rather than just require it. This is the plan.
I think that should be a condition as well, that you make sure that they're native trees and they're non-invasive and root systems and all that. I think that can be certainly a condition.
to get all that.
I'm going to say that I would amend my approval to include the 3 conditions just discussed. Landscape, height of the pool, and ability to drop off materials needed but not park and block roadways.
And how would that be worded, Becky? Would that be like a traffic mitigation plan, or how would it be, or site building?
What did you call it? Off-site staging.
Offsite staging?
I think that's an appropriate
that
thing to do.
makes sense to me.
I think what he's getting after is we don't want 15 cars. I mean,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I understand that.
I
And
totally understand
possibly
that.
just an off-site staging plan acceptable to the town. And
Sure.
so it can be something that's outlined.
I think everybody understands the intent of that part of it.
Do you review offsite staging plans at all?
Haven't done it in this town, but I have done it in other communities.
Okay.
I do have a question. Can you clarify on the height exactly what it is that you want covered by that condition, just for my clarity?
I would think it has to meet the minimum floodplain requirements,
Okay.
whatever that is. If
Well-
it's 1 foot above BFE or
Not if it doesn't otherwise have to be. Because I don't believe just, because you can have an in-ground pool that doesn't meet the floodplain, and the pillars or posts or whatever they are okay at whatever height. It's when you start
Closing
enclosing
it.
things. And then if you enclose it, it has to be breakaway. So I'm not totally convinced that a raised pool would have to go up to the minimum elevation.
So
Although
I
I'm
guess.
not one to make that decision.
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting, that's what I want to
Okay.
get clarity on. Are you just saying that it's required to meet all of the flood zone requirements, or were you saying something different?
I think what he was saying is if it's going to go higher than what is proposed, which is right outside their main level, that it will come back here if it's got to be
Yes.
several feet above it or something.
I think the whole concept was that the pool would start right where their deck is. They walk out, the pool's there.
Right.
Now, if they have to climb up 5 more feet to get to their pool, you know, I think
I'm not gonna do that
that that's a
anyway.
whole different deal, right?
Yeah.
So I think that should be does
But
that
that
make
would come
sense?
back to us anyway,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Well, if we put the requirement in that, it
If,
would,
yeah,
So
I-
just that, just that it needs to be level with the existing ground.
if it has to be
deck.
higher than what has been proposed, the existing deck. If the requirements state that it has to go higher than what is proposed, that it has to come back
Okay.
for review.
Do you want to have like any wiggle room, like if it's a foot, or just say any?
I think just the deck, I think just what is being proposed today, if it's got to go 2 inches higher and there's a 2-inch step there, I think it's got to come back.
Okay, thank you.
Was that as clear as mud, Becky? Do we just,
I'm sure Amy got it all down.
okay, so you've amended your motion. Did she
I'll
do it
amend my second.
sufficiently?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
we got an amended motion and amended second. Any further discussion? The roll call vote, correct? Counselor Woodson,
Yay.
Counselor King,
Aye.
Counselor Safford.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt.
Nay.
Mayor Allers is an aye. Passes 4-1. Next. Does anyone need a break before we, a brief break? Take a quick 5-minute break.
John, you okay? You need to get somewhere?
I think my legs are stuck. 24-53 VAR 202-30288 8069 Estero Boulevard. This is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying variance VAR 202-30288, requesting a variance from LDC 34-638D1G, which requires new at-grade mechanical equipment to not encroach into a side yard setback and to be located on the side of the property with the larger setback. Where there are differing setback widths, the property located at 8069 Estero Boulevard, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of laws, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know. If the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
I have none. Councilor Woodson?
None.
Councilor Safford?
None.
Okay. Sarah has been qualified as an expert already by this town council and has, based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and the development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals that would like to be qualified as expert witnesses on behalf of the applicant at this time? Seeing none. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff? Yes. Take it away, Sarah.
Good afternoon, Sarah Probst with Community Development. Blair Harris, owner of 8069 Estero Boulevard, is requesting a variance from LDC Section 34-638D1G to allow new at-grade pool equipment to encroach into a required side yard setback 2.5 feet. The code requires that all at-grade equipment meet required side yard setbacks and also requires that new equipment be located on the larger side yard if the house is not centered on the property. The property contains a single-family residence with an 8.8-foot side yard setback on the west side and 31 feet on the side yard on the east. 8069 Estero is an RS zoned property that is 125 feet deep and between 66 and 74 feet wide. A new pool was built on the property in 2022 and new equipment was installed on the west side of the property. The approved plans show the equipment on the east side where the larger setback is. The pool failed final inspection based on the incorrect location of the equipment. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow the pool equipment to remain within the required side yard setback, 5.05 feet from the east side property line, where a side setback of 7.5 feet is required. This request was heard by the LPA on their February 13th hearing, and approval was recommended. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Questions for Sarah?
Mr. Mayor, and I would just apologize to the applicant because I want to use this as an example of what we talked about at our last meeting. If, as I understand from watching the LPA hearing, there was no objection, no remonstration of any kind, correct? So this would be an example of this expedited procedure concept. We could put this on the consent calendar. It was unanimous from the LPA. Nobody remonstrated. Nobody voted against it. We've heard nothing from our constituency. So this procedurally then could move very quickly, and obviously any counselor could object at any time. But given we're at 1:20 in the afternoon today, this would be an example of to be helpful to the applicant as well, not to have to come in. These are the kind. This is the example of what we're trying to accomplish. If you could do your miraculous wordsmithing, I know Collier County has something similar. So, anyways, I don't want me to digress. I certainly support this, and just wanted to use this as an example of how procedurally we can maybe help expedite the process a bit. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Sarah, have you got any information from any abutting neighbor that has an issue with this?
I've not heard any concerns.
Okay. John, did you have a question?
I did not.
Okay. Any other questions for Sarah?
No.
I think the only thing to your point, though, I don't remember what we briefly talked about, but if a staff recommends denial, even though it was approved unanimously, can you do that legally without having?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
The applicant? If you'd like to, you're welcome to. We don't want to force you to do anything, but you're welcome to.
So we put in a pool right before Ian.
Please,
Was not
say your name, please.
Valerie Harris, Blair's wife. I live at 8069 Estero Boulevard, and I did get sworn in. So we put in a pool in 2022, right before Ian. We did not get it inspected before because it was literally a few weeks before Ian. Ian came, washed the lower level of our house out, everything around our house out, and obviously wrecked the pool and all the pool equipment. So they had to come back. We had to refix everything, redo the pool. All that work was done. We have pavers in, all the pool decking is done, everything is done. And then we get the pool inspected and find out it was put in the wrong spot. So in order for us to move it to the other side, we would have to dig everything up again, which it was a lot of work to get to where we are. It was 10 months of, 12-hour days, very hard work, as you guys all know. Our neighbors are fine. The one on the side, they gave a letter, which I did provide last time, and I don't have another copy, but I did provide a copy and I can email it to you if you need it, but it's Jonathan McHugh and Elaine Eagle. They're fine with that. And they sent a certified letter saying that they were fine with that. So I just beseech you to approve it.
Was it the same pool company that before the storm is after the storm that fixed it?
Yes.
It was. And that pool equipment was there in that spot. You just hadn't had it inspected yet.
Yes.
So you wouldn't have known
Yes.
that it was in the wrong
We
spot.
did want it there, but we didn't know that it was we didn't know that they had put it in a place and didn't do the proper things with the town. We had no idea that that was where we wanted it, but they designed it on the other side. I don't know why.
And these are the things that this is not necessarily off topic, but to Andy and Franny, these are the things that I hope we can alleviate going into the future. I think if a site inspection was done, it could have saved you a lot of time and money. And it sounds like where you wanted them to have them in the first place. If we had just gone and done a preliminary check of the site before everything got covered. But any other questions for the applicant? Thank you. Public comment. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close it. Are there any additional comments from the applicant? Any rebuttal? Are you sure? Okay. Then I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move approval of resolution 24-53.
Second.
A motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? Roll call vote. Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Councilor King,
Aye.
Councilor Woodson,
Aye.
Councilor Safford.
Aye.
Mayor Allers is aye. Got approval 5-0. Next is a resolution 24-20, VAR 202-30284 for 65 Flamingo Street. A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying variance VAR 202-30284, requesting a variance from table 34-3 principal structure setbacks to decrease the front street setback by 10 feet and decrease the rear setback by 15 feet and decrease the rear street setback by 15 feet to allow a new single-family home for the property at 65 Flamingo Street, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know. The subject disclosed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or any observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
None.
Councilor Woodson?
None.
I have none. Vice Mayor Adderholt?
I did receive a phone call probably 3 weeks ago, and I honestly just can't remember what the name of the person. They just expressed some concerns. I think they testified at the LPA. Can't remember. It's been a long day, but it's not going to affect my vote.
Okay. Councilor King?
Nothing.
All right. Sarah Prost has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Come on up.
These cases.
They've been qualified before in different cases, but do they need to do it again for this
Okay.
case?
As long as they've been qualified before y'all,
Not-
as opposed to the LPA.
It has to.
Yes, I have not been qualified before board because up until
Well, let's do it.
recently, I didn't want to work in Fort Myers Beach.
Nice.
Well, that'll get you a long way to get an approval.
For the record, James Inc., Engineering. I'll do this in like 60 seconds, real quick.
30.
30? Okay, we came to town in 1917. My dad had an engineering firm. He started in the 50s. I grew up in the firm. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I have done planning and zoning for over 40 years. I've been on city plan board for 13 years and Lee County Plan Board for 8 years, recently retired for both of those.
I move we accept him as a qualified expert.
I thought you were going to go with being escorted out the building. We got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt.
I'll
We
second.
got a second by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Logan.
Good afternoon. Albert Dambrose, architect of Studio AD for the applicant. Been licensed for Florida registered architect for over 20 years. Been practicing in Southwest Florida for over 20 years. Numerous project, residential and commercial, on island, off island, around Southwest Florida, as well as throughout the state. That's about it, really.
Same motion, Mr. Mayor.
A motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none. You're now an expert. Go ahead, Sarah.
Good afternoon. Jim Inc. Sarah Probst with Community Development. Jim Inc. on behalf of the owner Carl Palat of 65 Flamingo Street is requesting a variance from Table 34-3 of the Land Development Code for a reduction in the front setback of 5 feet and a reduction in the rear and rear street setback of 15 feet. This variance would result in a 20-foot front setback with a 5-foot encroaching first floor porch and a 5-foot rear and rear street setback. The property is 50 feet deep by 72.5 feet wide. It's a 3,500 square foot lot that fronts on Flamingo Street and abuts the Gulf Road cul-de-sac at the western rear corner of the property. For street setback purposes, we have treated this as a corner lot, with the secondary street being treated with the corner lot setbacks. The property is zoned RC. The minimum lot size for new RC zone lots is 4,000 square feet. However, the lot meets the minimum lot length and width for the RC zoning district. This difference is likely due to the cul-de-sac that is carved out of the rear of the property. Prior to Hurricane Ian, the property contained a house that had reduced setbacks. There were no former variances found for this property and no survey of the property or of the previous house to determine those previous setbacks. The applicant is proposing a 2-story house over flood elevation with a 5-foot deep front porch on the first living level and an elevated pool within those setbacks. 2 letters of objection have been received by neighbors within 500 feet of the property. The LPA heard this case at the February 13th hearing and recommended approval. Staff is available for any questions you may have, and the applicant is also here.
Questions for Sarah? Okay.
None.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
None.
And I do not have any at this point.
Thank you.
Mr. Inc.?
For the record again, Jim Inc., I have a lengthy PowerPoint, but I'm going to defer that and just go with a couple statements of the lot was developed, the subdivision was developed in the 50s, 1950 recorded plat, lot split, we don't know when. The house was built early 70s, so there was no real record or no real setbacks. And what we're trying to do is essentially put it back in a similar footprint of what's there. Other than that, reserve the right to rebut if there's public comment.
And I'm just trying to find it in the packet here. The square footage of the new proposed house was like 1,400 square feet or
It's
something?
like 1,600.
1,600, is that what it was? Okay. Any questions for Mr. Inc.? At this
Thank
time?
you.
Public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in.
Well, part of the applicant, just to follow up on the same thing
I
as
didn't-
Jim, we're together as a team. I'm the architect. He's taking care of the landing planning side of things. Any questions you guys have, then feel free to reach out to me. I think Jim answered your question about square footage.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any rebuttal Okay. Now we'll close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I move to approve resolution 2420, variance 2023-0284, 65 Flamingo Street.
Got a
I'll
mo-
second.
Motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Just a quick question I have is I see you got a 20 based on the 1406 square foot buildable area that you're building. I'm assuming that doesn't include the second story where the master bedroom was, but is the 20 foot in the front, is that the requirement just for car space? I mean, is there no is that the reason why it can't come forward a little bit? I don't know where the neighbors live that objected to this, but
The reason for the 20 feet is that's where the house, we believe where it was. And 20 feet allows for parking of a car and keeping it on private property.
okay. And will this be open underneath, I would assume? Or is it going to be enclosed underneath?
That would be an Albert question.
Over 50%, if not close to 70%, will be open on the bottom floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Any further discussion? Got a motion and a second? Roll call vote. Scott?
Aye.
Here, Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And Mayor Alves is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Next is the administrative agenda. We have resolution 24-09, extra duty marine patrols, a resolution of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to ratify and approve a contract agreement with Lee County Sheriff's Office for extra duty waterway detail services at the rates specified in Exhibit A to the agreement and amend addendum and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mayor. We've been doing this, or you as a town have done this in the past, and it's that time of the year, so we're just getting this, it's some housekeeping we're getting done. There's also a grant that helps pay for this.
Okay, questions for Andy? Mhm. Is there a motion to approve or deny resolution 24-09? I'll make a motion to approve resolution 24-09.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Final public comment. You got anyone listed? Anyone back there want to say anything? No. Okay. We'll close final public comment. Town managers items.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be as brief as possible.
You're done.
Obviously, thank you very much. Obviously, we did a lot of work, really over the last 3 or 4 days getting moved in, but there was a lot of work that was done prior to that, getting these constructed, and we had a union strike with that we had to deal with, United Auto Workers, because of axles and tires and things of that nature that go to these. So that delayed, but Frank did a great job, behind the scenes stuff nobody really saw, dealing with me. Where are they? How come they're not here? We've been working on this probably since August 1st, July sometime. So it just didn't happen overnight, as you all know. We've had communication about that, but it's the public's building. It's for our town. It's a sense of pride. And one thing that we'll be doing is I believe it's going to be on March 28th. We'll have an open house during the day on a Thursday morning. We want them to come through and see how our employees are working, what they're doing, and we just want to open it formally like that. And maybe have a ribbon cutting or something of that nature. Also, excuse me, on Tuesday, March 19th, there will be an election in this room. This is now the precinct for the town, 2 precincts for this town right now. There's 2 elections this year, this one in March and then the other one in November. And then there won't be another election for probably another year. There's one in August as well, so there's 3. So that'll be right here. They've come in, they've evaluated the room, everything should fit just fine, so they're excited about that. I do want to really thank staff for all the hard work and the moving. We put a plan in place, and we were so excited. I am actually very excited to see how the plan came together, and everybody just followed it to a T. Don't even think there was really any hiccups at all. Still waiting on FPL. to do the final hookup. They've done the preliminary with the transformer. It's out there. Our electricians are now the missing piece, the conduit, if you will, that will be here. I can do it too. That can be here for to get the wiring here so we can get FPL back out to power us up. The whole meeting, I was just praying that the generator didn't run out of fuel.
It's not over yet.
And the meeting's not over yet, but as of about 8:30 this morning, we had 42% in there. So the tank was pretty good shape unless we've just drained it really magnificently. We also have Comcast still coming out. The building's been wired. We're ready to go. Still some tweaks that I was monitoring today that we need to still do. But again, all this came together really quick over the weekend, and I thought it was really well. Final comment, John is the hippest guy I know. I had to get in the mix. So thank you.
You got an update, Andy, on when the other old leaky trailers are disappearing?
Yes, thank you. We were told they were supposed to start coming today to take the ramps and the steps off, but sometime this week we probably will see some movement. I would say in the next 2 weeks they'll be gone.
Okay.
So good stuff. That's it.
All right, town attorney items?
Okay, I just, Nancy put this on. She wanted me to advise you that she's working with the county attorney's office on this TDC Times Square funding issue. And she has talked with the county attorney, and she's working with them. Don't know how it's going to go.
Okay. Becky, just if I could I can't remember how we left this expedited procedure dynamic. Are you drafting stuff there
It's already drafted. It's on your agenda.
for the M&P?
Uh-huh.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, it's done, and I hope it's perfectly legal. And if you like how it turns out, it'd be good.
The Kia Stereo enforcement issue, is that going to trial, or what's the status?
Yeah.
Parking.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we thought he came in and said that he was going to pay it completely off because he was tired of paying his attorneys. And the last I heard was he didn't do it. So I believe last Friday, Paul Waters, one of my law partners, went ahead and filed our amended pleading, which is what we needed to do because it had to go back before the special magistrate again.
Which it did.
Which it did.
Mhm.
And yeah, but we've refiled. I'm still hoping that he will come in and write the check. He was going to pay it totally off.
Do you know the amount of that check? Can you say?
I'm trying to remember what it is. Frankie, do you remember? I think we got the amount from you.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
It was
per
north
se.
of,
I know it was north of 150.
Okay.
I think it was north of 200.
Yeah.
Just curious. All
It
right.
was a fair amount of money. I remember
Hedging my
that.
bet.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a question then. Because it's already been with the magistrate again, if he doesn't come in to pay, do we move to foreclosure, or how does that work?
Oh, no. We're
No?
already,
We're in foreclosure.
we're in foreclosure.
Okay.
And the reason we had to go back, this was one of the cases that we took over.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, the prior town attorney had not taken it before. There's a state law that says how you go through the foreclosure proceeding. And your first step is you have to take it to the special magistrate and get authority to do the foreclosure. That never happened. So it was already filed and we took the case over, and they asked for a copy of the minutes of when it went to the special magistrate, and we checked and it never did. So we had to go back, redo that. Then we had to refile the case. But yeah, so we refiled that. I believe it was Friday.
Okay.
What happens if he pays it but continues operating the way he had?
Okay, from what I understand, Sarah looked it up, and he can come in for a permit that allows him, as long as he doesn't have it, for so long as he doesn't have tenants, he can get a permit, a special exception. Okay, a special exception. So I'll have to go to the process of that. But he'll qualify for a special exception to have parking in all the spaces. Now, as soon as he starts filling up his building, then the number of spaces he can rent will be decreased.
And that also would fall back on code compliance to make sure that he's staying on the up and up.
Okay.
A caveat to that, we've hired 2 additional code compliance officers that started today exactly.
Okay. Anything else for Becky? All right. Council member items and reports. John?
I have nothing.
Vice Mayor Idaho?
Yeah, I just have one item, but I think it's important. It's time sensitive. Since this meeting has gone on through really most of the day, some business has been transacted. I had a query from the owner of Santini Plaza. He and I've texted to both Frankie, Andy, and Becky. A few months ago, he applied for a permit for a food truck for Santini Plaza with, at that point, had no idea when or how it would come to fruition. But he's been approached by a food truck. It's called Yo Samara's, Yo Samara LLC. They do primarily Cuban Caribbean food. They have what they call the Little Havana sandwich, which is a chicken breast. They have a Cuban sandwich, which is pork, ham, Swiss. Well, I'm getting to the key point. They have Caribbean tacos, which I assume Scott could give us a review on. Have you heard of this firm, Scott?
No, I haven't, but I'll be the guinea pig.
Okay, that's a tough job, but you're willing to make the sacrifice. I guess procedurally, what I want to respect the conversation we had this morning. It was a good colloquy about food trucks, and this is obviously a business that it was not here prior. But at the same time, the owner of Santini Plaza went through the appropriate steps to make application. I see Don still here. I'd be curious as to his thoughts, particularly given the need on the south end for some kind of a food option. I know 7-Eleven is opening soon, but we all can't live on 7-Eleven food forever, as welcome as that is. I just think the owner now is looking for some direction. And since we're now at a public event, we can all talk to each other and we can have a conversation. I just thought maybe I look for some counsel as to how the owner should proceed. I don't think he profits from this. I think this would be, from his perspective, a public service. I don't know. I'm looking for some guidance as to what to say to the owner of Santini Plaza, particularly given
I think it would be very simple if he's already got a permit issued. What's the discussion?
I didn't know because it wasn't a pre-existing business. I've also heard that, and I don't want to quote, somebody had mentioned that Plaka might have a food truck as well. Obviously that's a pre-existing business, but they may, that's obviously not on the same location. They might have an interest. I've not heard anything definitive on that, but I'm just saying, and we might have more than one. I think certainly that would be appropriate as well, particularly if they have restroom facilities. I know this Yo Samara's also sent a copy of their insurance, so they're properly insured. So again, just looking for some direction for the, I don't know what to tell them.
Well, I can tell you as far as from our side here, that beautiful ordinance that we've been talking to and referring to, there's really not a lot of teeth in it for that commercial side. And that was some of this debate. If you're asking staff, staff there's a permit issued for temporary use.
So until the ordinance is clarified going forward, and I think everybody understood we didn't want to be retroactive.
Correct.
So we're okay moving forward then? Is everybody comfortable, I guess?
Pardon the pun, I don't have a leg to stand on. I had to get mine in as well. Everything was done properly, and as long as it's proper, it was done properly, issued properly, the town
and I
can't
see,
really come
I
back
see
at it.
Jason here. Is
Yep.
there anything, in case the owner's listening, that if someone invites a food truck onto their parking lot, is there anything that they need to be sensitive to be in compliance with whatever the town would like?
Hi, good afternoon. Jason Smalling with your Planning and Zoning Department. So as was mentioned before, the normal process would be followed until such time as we're told to change or new ordinances come through. My understanding is that the entire complex already had one within a few weeks to a month after the storm, not specifically for this person, but yes, staff would process it. The zoning review is going to look at whether or not the area or the zone that they're in allows for food service.
They've already issued a permit. The town's already issued the permit.
Okay.
And so I guess my question is, if for a food truck to come in, what are their obligations as a food truck? Do they have to provide their own restrooms? Is there lighting issues? There's any other, does the town care about anything?
So generally our review initially to allow for the temporary permit would be looking for proper setbacks, which would be the track width of the vehicle or the structure that they're using, temporary structure. Otherwise, they would be held to any of the other standards by the town. So if they had lighting that they introduced and it wasn't in the initial review, we would look at that for turtle compliance. So we would bring in that folks. Mostly it would be just an issue of what has been reported and has the town's compliance officers gone out there ascertained.
And obviously the county has its own health standards.
Of course, we gather the health certificate and they do fire reviews. So it's not they're completely reviewed as far as we're concerned.
Should I have him, before he gives the okay to the food truck, should I have him call you all, or how would we advise him?
Well, I'm just looking at the permit here that was granted for temporary use, a description of food trailer. They've already gone through all that. Otherwise,
Okay.
they would have not gotten a
Just want
permit.
to make sure everybody's on the same page. Yep.
The only question I have with it, when I looked it up, it was for Beef O'Brady's. Will they have to do a name change, or does the name, if you look up the permit it says Beef O'Brady's on there?
That's the one I was referring to that happened pretty soon after the storm. Yes, if it's a different business, we need to have them come in, get the proper application, get the owner of the unit or of the entire complex to sign off on it. But more importantly, this new business would need to provide us their health certificate and go through the standard fire review as well, because ostensibly that was done for Beef O'Brady's setup.
So they couldn't just do a name change and then still go through the fire? It has to be a whole separate.
Right. Ostensibly what Beef O'Brady's was proposing as far as their large trailer setup is going to be different from what this applicant needs. Plus, again, we need to get the approval from Department of Health that they're in compliance with that.
Okay. So I guess to the vice mayor's point, the easiest thing would have the property owner come in, talk to you guys, get the ball rolling.
Yes, we can easily get that done. Yep.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
That's all I have.
Okay. Where did I start? This way. Councilor Woodson.
So speaking of this food truck conversation, our LPA chair, Anita Saracita, asked for a discussion, if you will, or a joint meeting to discuss how we wanted this ordinance to really look and what it was intended to be. So I'm just proposing that we have that conversation sooner than later, because I think we're going to be seeing a huge.
I think they were going to add it to the M&P.
Is that for this M&P? Because we have the safety that we added. We didn't discuss when this was going to be.
Oh, that's right. Safety was what I was.
Safety was added, but we didn't discuss when.
Well, that's a separate meeting outside the M&P though. The joint meeting is a separate meeting.
Directly after your M&P is a
Right.
joint session with public safety this Thursday, the
Right.
7th.
Can we add it to the following M&P, to Karen's point, just so give people a little heads up and time and.
That
Because I
would
think
be
we're
in
gonna have.
April.
So,
Is
you
that-
know how many, I mean, we're looking at the possibility of all kinds of food trucks coming in in the next 30 days.
If you want to do it this Thursday, that's fine. I thought you were hesitant to do it so quickly.
No, I would love to do it this quickly. I think it's a very urgent discussion that we need to have.
Totally fine with that.
Okay.
Do you want that discussion even if we cannot get the LPA here, or you just want to discuss the ordinance and then a joint session
I think,
later?
I don't think Benita mentioned the joint session. I think she just wanted,
She just wanted a discussion topic.
Wanted the issue addressed.
Yeah, I mean, if LPA members can be there, that would be a bonus, but I just think we need to discuss it. Thank you. That's all I had.
Can we characterize that correctly, Don? You weren't literally seeking a joint meeting. You just wanted the issue addressed, right? Okay.
Scott?
I have nothing.
All right, I just have a couple quick things. In our conversations with Lee County this week, they were talking about opening up Crescent Park. We talked to them also about getting a temporary lighting solution from the base of the bridge down to the Lani Kai, and what that looks like yet, we don't know. So they're looking at that for us. Also on the conversation, they raised something that kind of caught my ears, and I thought I'd bring it up today. It sounds like they're going to be looking for a new place for the Lee-Tran trolleys. Is there any will of the council to offer, if we don't have any use for it at this point, the town hall property that is not being used to help be good neighbors and
I think that'd be great. We were going to turn into some parking with a tram stop anyhow. So I think that would just kind of fall right in place, because I don't know anything we're going to do in the next year.
yeah, because they said they were looking for a place to store it, and they were talking about at the base of the bridge there, where the roundabout is. So I just soon them see where they're at now makes more sense. But so if everybody's okay with that,
If we can get them,
Direct
throw
staff
some
to-
money in there to help us sift the sand and get it, we can talk
Yeah.
to them.
because I don't know when they have to be off the fire district's property, but I'm guessing it's probably pretty soon. Okay. And then the other thing is, Frankie, if you can, we're starting to get the emails about the direction that was given to staff for the unsafe structures and where we're at with that.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, Nancy and myself, we're looking at two different ways. Going back a few meetings ago when you had given us the edict that you wanted a plan in place and to get our marching orders and be out in the community, it made more sense and more fiscal sense and practical sense for the town to, we have a building official on staff. He, within the powers of the state, that the state gives him the powers to go ahead and, for lack of a better term, red tag properties or unsafe structures. So that's well within his power, well within his purview. We just wanted to make sure that he was still following the same edict that we had discussed as far as the structures that we had given council, or at least talked about. So what we're currently doing now is our building official, Joe Speck, has been going out in the community, looking at these structures, reevaluating, making his documentation. At the same time, with staff, we're putting our RFP out soon, as soon as we find out how many structures we're actually dealing with here. And that'll be a 30-day RFP. We'll be able to rock and roll. You have to give pretty much 45-day notice on an unsafe structure before you can, after it's red tagged. So it all falls into place, and we should be going by the end of April with tearing down our in the demo business. Let's put it that way.
So the RFP can't go out concurrent with,
It can.
with the,
It can.
I mean, because I'm guessing this is going to be an ongoing RFP. It's not going to be
Correct.
10 houses here.
No.
So, I mean, I would like to see that RFP go out while Joe is doing his work.
And that's kind of what we're working on. We're trying to find language from, there's a few other municipalities in Florida, South Florida especially, that have dealt with this since Ian. And we're currently trying to use language that they used in their scope to help us get our RFP out.
And not specifically about unsafe structures, but properties that have just been abandoned and
That is
pools
correct.
are open. Does that fall within that unsafe structure as
Uh,
well, even though there's no structure there? Property maintenance or?
So that would,
It
yeah.
does.
Yeah.
Okay. So
According
it'd be all encompassing whether there's a structure there or not.
I mean, Becky can jump in, but I think we follow the universal building or universal property. Right.
Can never remember that one either.
I get mixed up on that as well. But in there outlines how the steps you have to follow and things like that. And we're well within that moving forward.
Okay. So we don't really know a date yet, but you're saying by April, hopefully.
We originally told you by February 1st that we would have everything out. So yes, I would say by tax day, we'll be out and having a vendor.
That could be a bad day for that.
Selected.
Okay. That's all I had. If there's anything else?
Is there a resiliently update since it's
Oh,
listed
yeah,
in
it's
there?
on there. Or was that just?
Nope, I didn't put it on there, but let's see, let's go back. We had a meeting last week of the Resiliently Committee. It was to approve the overarching scope that Lee County had presented from their take on Resiliently, and then it broke it down into all of the municipalities. Both Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach amended that plan because we thought we needed more detail based on what our situation was, what had happened to our islands and our communities. And so we submitted that ahead of this resolution, and it was all accepted from us both on this Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach. So with that update, we approved the plan. I think the next, honestly can't remember the next date. I know there's another meeting coming up in April for next steps. We don't even have that layout of what is happening in next steps yet. But all of our submissions and addendums to what they wrote were accepted.
Okay. Anything else? There a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
I'll second. All those in favor?